mal. Bist du bereit? Guten Morgen. Test. Test. Test.
Yo, mic check, 1, 2. Yeah. This is a mic check. Where's Mike? Hey, Mike, please stand up.
Einmal 16 Bars von Adrian.
Okay.
Super.
Sollen wir starten oder lieber noch 10 Minuten warten, was noch nicht so viel los wird?
Hello, Christina.
Der Bus hatte schon wieder Verspätung.
Okay.
Die ganze Online-Community.
Dann setzen wir uns hier ein bisschen Publikum. Die Crowd, die wartet ja eh hinter der Kamera.
Ja. Willst du das Sustainability-Thema öffnen? Cool.
Future Mobility.
Läuft bei dir.
Hello Christina.
Oder heißt es jetzt?
Ducktrain ist der hier, der große.
Ach so, okay.
Ja.
Dann können wir eigentlich starten, oder? So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of innovation stage. And also, yesterday I think we have more than 50 pitches, and today we will also have more than 50 pitches on this stage. And also to give you an overview about the program on the innovation stage, we have innovation areas of future mobility, social innovation and clean technology, and agriculture technology till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we will have our pitch battle also on this stage. And before we start, we want to have we have some requests from our team. The first one is please keep your pitch less than 5 minutes because we really have a very tight time plan. And also the second one is please always, to the speakers, please always come to us like 5 to 10 minutes earlier to our check-in area so that to let us know that you are ready. Okay, so let's jump into the first pitch session today, which is the future mobility. 14% of the total greenhouse emission is actually produced by mobility and transportation. So our speakers in this session will tell you how do they use innovative and interconnected green technology to predict demand and optimize capacity and improve efficiency and thus reduce environment impact. And the first one on stage today will be Ducktrain. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Please remember the last time when you personally have received a parcel. I would like to share 3 facts regarding parcel shipment in urban areas with you. First, it's a growing segment. We predict more than 250%. That's more than a tripling of parcel volume until the year 2030. In the last 18 months, during the corona pandemic, last mile has grown in a specific segments more than 100%, only in 1.5 years. Fact number 2 is that more than 50% of the total logistic cost of a standard parcel are created within the urban mid and last mile, within the last 10 kilometers. And fact number 3 is that urban infrastructure is coming to its very limit. So road congestions, city access limitations, and others are limiting logistic operators' performance, and that's why they have an interest to change the mode, the technology, how they transport parcels in the urban area. How is it done currently? Most of parcels are delivered using conventional delivery vans, which are big, which are have a high footprint, need to park second row, need to search for parking lots, and that creates a lot of running distances for the parcel men and women. On the other hand, there are cargo bikes growing in the last 5 years and tested by a few logistic operators, but they are not introduced really in scale because cargo bikes have only a very limited payload and they create not the very best business case for them. Logistic operators, resulting in not investing very big in that type of transportation mode. Our vision as Ducktrain is to become the leading European provider for city transportation infrastructure. We have a clear European footprint. We develop a solution which fits to the cities, to the legal framework within Europe. Of course, we see additional markets outside Europe, but that's our main focus. We have developed a technology which combines the benefits of cargo bikes, having a small footprint, a very lean size, only 1 meter in width, a bit more than 2 meters in length, with the benefits from vans, from delivery vans. By combining up to 5 of our vehicles, we call them ducts, into a whole platoon, into a duct train. So we can use that duct train to drive a lot of volume into the cities, somewhere from outside, from the last logistic hub, and then separate and split up that train in the city and use only a single duct to do the door-to-door delivery or use them as mobile locker boxes. We have a clear slice-wise product roadmap, introducing our trailer duct first. The trailer duct already has the certification to drive on public road since March this year. Next year, in 2022, we will have the first rides of the Follow Me duct platooning technology on public road in Germany. And at the same time, next year, we will start to do the first small series batch productions of the first trailer duct generation. We are a team with a strong background in vehicle development, vehicle industrialization, and automotive professional software development. Right now we are a team of a bit more than 20 people. We have a lot of students in our team, so we are right now growing, expanding to industrialize and to certify our technology and scale that into the market together with first customers and lead users. We are testing that technology on public roads since March of this year. As I said, yesterday we had the vehicle here on our booth, but also today you are invited to come and visit us physically here in the location or virtually. Just contact us. We are happy to share our insights with you. We are happy to invite you for a test ride with our vehicle. And what we would like to do is to change the urban logistic, to change urban environment in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and our next speaker is also already here with us. He's from Green Convenience.
Thank you very much. In the future, the first delivery attempt will always succeed. Of course, you are now asking yourself, how is that supposed to work? But now first, one step back. Have you ever heard of the last mile problem? This phenomenon describes the last part of the supply chain. This is exactly the part that is the most inefficient and environmentally damaging. You probably know this. You ordered something on the internet, but then you were not at home to receive the package. So far, it is the case that worldwide, 1 in 5 delivery attempts fail. And what does that mean for you? Deciphering "sorry we missed you" notifications. Ringing at the neighbor's doorbell for how many times? Biking to the pickup location in the pouring rain. Standing in the 15th place in the queue in the post office, looking at the clock. Only 5 minutes, then they close here. And then the dilemma with the delivery time window. It's summer, 28 degrees. You just want to go to the lake of your choice. But for hours, the bell is silent. You've been to the window 2 or 3 times, but no delivery service in sight. It's a proven fact that consumers buy more when everything runs smoothly, especially when offers adapt to them. The average consumer demands direct handover at the door and is becoming more and more impatient. What was the response of the suppliers to this? To increasingly offer even shorter delivery time windows. But the shorter the delivery time window is, the bigger are the delivery costs, the emissions increase, and the risk to miss the delivery time window gets large. This would be no problem if there was not the ping pong effect. The ping pong effect says the shorter the delivery time window is, that's what I already said, sorry. All of this leads to consumer dissatisfaction and significant losses for companies, because 37% of consumers end the customer relationship after a negative delivery experience. Consumers expect emission reductions, and cities worldwide are warning from the consequences of the parcel boom. Cambridge University came up with the brilliant idea that you could solve all these problems if you could determine and predict presence at the delivery address. We have developed this approach further into a solution that can reliably determine and predict presence at the delivery address in a data protection compliant way. For this, we use AI-powered big data analytics and extensive data protection and security technology. And the best, the GDPR compliance of our application has been officially confirmed. The green convenience software is compatible with online retailer and delivery services systems. It finds out the optimal delivery time windows at the consignee, and additionally has a backup check that automatically redirects the driver in case of absence. And the result? Just successful first delivery attempts without any required effort. Traditional delivery time windows with their inefficiencies and problems become obsolete. This gives the consumer freedom because there's no need to wait at home at a long delivery time window. The consumer can go wherever in the trust that the delivery will work out. According to the University of Antwerp, solving these problems saves 45% in delivery cost and emissions. The world needs this technology today. You too can benefit from this transformation. Talk to us right here at the Impact Festival, and we will be glad to show you more detailed figures and numbers right at the booth. We look forward to seeing you, your team from Green Convenience.
Thank you very much. So the next on stage will be HeyCharge. I want to ask if any speaker from HeyCharge is here. Okay. Okay, the stage is yours. Okay, you shall start.
We're good to go? Yes, so. Good? Okay. So hi there, I'm Chris Cardet. I'm the founder and CEO of HeyCharge. We're based in lovely Munich, Germany. We build ultra-low-cost, super easy-to-install EV charging systems for apartment buildings, offices, and more. So our superpower is saving up to 80% in the total cost of the life cycle of the system, and we make it work better. So first, a few words on the problem area. A German government study predicts that up to 80% of all EV charging will take place in indoor environments. 46% of Europe lives in apartment buildings. And this is a large population of customers who need the benefit of cheap, convenient, and reliable home charging before they will willingly electrify. HeyCharge solves this. We recognize that 45% of the total lifecycle cost for a typical smart connected charging infrastructure is driven by the internet connection to a cloud management backend. So it stands to reason that you can save significant cost just by eliminating the internet connection. We do exactly that with our patent-pending Secure Charge system. We create a secure management channel to our ultra-low-cost disconnected EV chargers in the field by relaying tokens via our mobile app. The benefits include a significantly lowered cost of hardware, lower installation costs in the field, and very low operating costs. Even better for users is that our secure charge technology enables our users to use chargers even underground. And those of you with an EV who have tried to use chargers in underground parking garages will know exactly what I'm talking about. Given the popularity of underground residential parking garages in Germany and across Europe, this is a meaningful improvement in usability. So we found out early in our go-to-market efforts that our core technology brings a ton of value to incumbent players in the marketplace who have been searching for a product to bring their residential customers in apartment buildings. So we platformized our technology and offer it not only as a complete product for apartment buildings, but also as an embeddable platform with hardware and software development kits and a headless back end. The proof is in traction. We have 5 LOIs, including an energy utility with about 1.2 million customers, fleet mobility operators with about 5 million customers, and residential real estate operators with over 15,000 parking spaces under management. So this tells us we found a solution to a real pain point. We've already closed 4 paid contracts spanning Europe and the US, and this also tells us that our value proposition is good, as our paying customers are energy utilities and real estate operators who intimately understand the problems with existing market offerings. We're just about to close our seed funding round and are looking forward to announcing our lead investor in the coming weeks. If you're interested, come by our booth in Hall 2 for a demo. We're always looking for customers and go-to-market partners who can help bring our product and platform to new markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now on the stage with me, I think it's Tobin from Hopper Mobility. I will set the timer up. Okay, you shall begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot. I'm Torben von Hopper Mobility. We're located in Augsburg, and we are looking at urban mobility. Let's start with the current status of mobility. Mobility in the city is always it's on a regular basis. You go 2 to 5 kilometers, you go to work, you go shopping, you take along kids, maybe meet friends. But if you take the car, there's something missing. It's quite expensive. The costs are high. It's not environmentally friendly, but it is comfortable. So if it's raining, if you want to go shopping, everything you want to do in the city you can do with the car. It just has downsides. And on the other side, the bicycle is used quite a lot, but the bicycle isn't comfortable. So raining, you want to switch to another vehicle, or if you want to go shopping, you need a cargo bike. So the solution is not really there. So we came up with a hybrid of the car and a bicycle, the Hopper. The Hopper for us, to understand, it's a cargo bike with roof, but for us, it's a way to get all those customers who miss out on the cargo bike, the e-bike, the bicycle, still use a bike. Use the bicycle paths, park everywhere, get all the advantages of a bicycle, but with more comfort. What does it mean in detail? Firstly, the Hopper is an e-bike. You have a motor, you still need to pedal, but you have no licensing costs. You can drive without insurance. You have no cost besides charging a battery. And still, you have one person in front, you can take one person along, or even 2 kids. You have a cargo space. So it's an e-bike, but with additional benefits. And size-wise, it's a bit shorter than a cargo bike. It's the same size, it's wide as a cargo bike, so we do not need more space of the city. We need no more space on the road than a normal cargo bike. We go for back steering. That's quite different to the normal way it is, but it makes quite fun to drive. And especially we have a turning range from 2 meters, so you can get everywhere in the city. Small corners are no problem anymore. And Hopper is a car. That's maybe a catch, but we try to get those people driving a car to the bicycle. So we have a seat instead of a saddle, and we have a steering wheel instead of handlebars. We have more safety through the chassis. We have also safety through active electronics. So better lighting, everything a car has an advantage over the bicycle, we improve on and try to get all those people to the bicycle path. Everyday mobility means for us, you have a battery that can get pulled out and charged at the power socket at home, but you always can plug in the car, or we plan an additional solar roof, and the solar roof will be charging the hopper 25 kilometers in the summer in average, so you have like an autonomous vehicle, no charging needed in the summertime. And parking-wise, it's quite easy. 4 hopper fit a car parking space, but in general, you can park wherever the bicycle can fit. So you cut away all those ways from the car to the final destination in the city, and with that you save time especially, and all those annoying times of looking for a parking spot. And lastly, that's quite simple, but it makes sense, it's weatherproof. So it's 365 days a year, a mobility solution for you, and also in the wintertime, cold wind or something coming in your face, it's gone because we have a windshield. So you have a bicycle that can work for you every day of the year, no matter the weather or such. Where do we aim right now? We're looking for B2B customers in the beginning, a small sharing fleets of 10 to 50 vehicles. We offer service, we offer the sharing, and also it's possible to do it as a lease, so the business has only costs, but beside that, doesn't need to worry about anything. And if it's comparing to a car, we're way cheaper. And also, the person driving around has beneficial health, for example, because he starts to pedal instead of driving around with the car. So we're looking forward to come visit us at our booth. We have the hopper here. And also, we're looking for B2B customers to join us, and mainly investors right now. We have 250K secured and need a bit more to go. We're looking for any people joining us in our mission, and if you want, come by. We are over there on the booth, or online, just write us. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Tobin from Hopper Mobility. We will make a short break of 5 minutes, then we'll come back at 10 o'clock too.
On a laptop or?
On laptop.
On laptop.
So we are back, and Masi from Innocept Mobility already cannot wait to tell us more. So please.
Thank you. Test. Okay. So, hi, welcome everybody. My name is Marci, co-founder and managing director of Innocept Mobility. Today we are at the Impact Festival. What does that mean? That means that every company, every startup, everybody, every single person today in this room, we all have one thing in common. We all have a huge impact to our society, or we want to. Therefore, I want from all of you one thing now. Listen to me. For all the startups, for all the people in the startups who are working so hard every day, for everybody who wants a change in our society, and of course, and especially for the team of the Impact Festival who made this possible today for all of us. I want all of you to give all of them applause and clap your hands, please, now! Nice, nice, thank you. And I mean it what I said. And now, what is the impact of our company of Innocept Mobility? We are providing electromobility nationwide, efficient, faster, more efficient and smarter than the market is currently capable of. Sorry. Why we do that? Or how we do that? By enabling a charging infrastructure, efficient, quickly and cost effectively. We don't need for our infrastructure billions of euros on investment. So we don't have to wait as a society for decades for sustainable mobility. That is why we are here today, and that is what we want to do. But the biggest problem in our market is the hands-egg topic. On the one hand, the potential e-car drivers, they want to drive e-cars, but they can't because they are waiting for a sufficient and good infrastructure for charging stations. On the other hand, the industry is waiting for enough e-cars on our street to build this sufficient infrastructure because they want for their investment as fast as possible their profits. That makes sense, right? So the challenge here is, do we need at first e-cars on our street or at first the infrastructure on our street? So, and that is why we at Innocept Mobility have the solution for this named problem. It's very simple. We developed a software where we can use existing components on the market to build this sufficient infrastructure fast, quickly, cost effectively. We have more than 200,000 charging stations which are not used efficiently. For example, from private charging stations for e-car from the owner, or for example for the employees for the company himself for their charging stations. And what we offer is a digital marketplace where private used and commercially used charging stations are connected additionally with the normal publicly accessible charging stations, so that we can share these charging stations of the private and commercial base on our platform and make the whole system efficient. So, what does that mean for us? That means that our e-car drivers can use these charging stations with our mobile app. But that is the system, what we built, that we can be more efficient, more effectively, cost effectively, faster and quickly for sustainable mobility. If you want to know more about our company, more about our financial aspects, we are looking for investors, we are looking for new customers, please visit us at our stage, Hall 2, N30. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you got any questions, I think they're here around, so feel free to approach them. Our next pitch will be Squake, and if there's already somebody here, please approach our speaker check-in, and we will continue on 10:09, so we have a 3-4 minute break, and hopefully can continue if the speakers from Squake are here. So again, a short call for Squake. Is somebody here to pitch? If that's not the case, I would like to ask Otif if there's a speaker present. It seems like that we have a little longer break and that we continue at 10:18. So thank you for waking. We would like to continue with our next pitch, and we have Lukas here on stage from RideBee. Lukas, we're curious, and stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adrian. Es dreht automatisch runter, ne? Ja. Awesome, yeah, thank you guys for coming back after the short break. My name is Lukas. Together with the other Lukas over there, we're happy to present you RideBee today. Actually, did you know that 70% in the Western world is still commuting to work by car? And for an individual, the commute of roughly 30 kilometers, which is the German average, sums up to, let's say, 100 euros of vehicle costs per week. And not only that, you're investing also a lot of time on the daily way to work, and furthermore, you're having a major environmental threat impact by your emissions on the daily drive alone in the car. Furthermore, there are studies that are showing that sitting in the car being dusted by traffic jam is named the #1 stress factor in the daily working life. So there are a lot of problems, and we at RideBee thought, hey, isn't there a cool, pragmatic solution to that challenge of daily mobility? And we thought, yeah, there is a cool solution to that, which has been there for many years already, and it's carpooling. So what do we mean by carpooling? We think about bringing people on similar routes on the way to work together in one car. In Germany, the average occupancy of the vehicle on the way to work is at 1.2. So we see that there is a lot of potential that we could leverage by just bringing more people into one car instead of bringing more cars on the road, what the current trends in mobility like car sharing or also electricity are doing. So how do we do that? How can we bring carpooling on the daily commute? We have been developing a software platform that is available on Android, iOS, and also as a web application, which we sell specifically to companies. So it's a B2B software as a service model where companies pay us a monthly fee so that their employees can use it for free and match together, split the costs of the ride. Basically, the driver reimburses the passenger for the cost of the rides via a fair share. And at the same time, they are also eligible to reserve parking lots, for example, at the corporate location, or get also cool goodies for saving the company's parking lots, but as well as they might also do some networking on the way to work. So the company is also happy to have a greener image and have the ability to have happier employees. So we often call it a win-win situation in that scenario. Our platform is not designed to be a simple matching platform. Instead, we want to be a mobility organizational tool. So the idea is that people are commuting together once, but then also a second and a third time. Centrally, you can see that there is a kind of calendar tool, which is the central go-to point of our application. People can manage to find others on the similar route for one day, for multiple days, and can also request them or book other rides there. Now, recently, we also integrated digital shuttle buses of companies that can be managed in the platform. And we also have the opportunity to link corporate parking spaces so that, for instance, for reserved parking spots, the gate will automatically open if you have matched into a carpool together. Then there is a very strong incentive system built into the platform. For the people that have been carpooling a lot, we want to give further incentives so that they can save even more benefits for the company. All in all, our platform has also features for digital payment that makes it even easier to form carpools. And finally, there's also a live tracking mechanism similar to MyTaxi, where you can see live where your driver currently is, that it sends out notifications automatically, and basically overcomes all the hurdles that a carpool has when organizing and realizing it. So where are we currently at? We founded RideBee now 3 years ago, and we are happy to say that right now, at this point in time, there are roughly 7 corporate partners of ours that are paying us right now and forming carpools on the way to work and back home. These customers include not only corporate locations and business parks, but also hospitals, for example. And last week we started our first school because we saw specifically in private schools there are a lot of parents actually that are driving their kids to school back and forth, and there is a high potential to also bringing them together. So also if you know some interesting corporate sites where it might make sense to implement RideBee, I'm super happy to talk to you later. This is actually a live screenshot of our application in that very moment of one of our projects in Munich, where you can see that there are smaller clusters in smaller cities and also in urban, suburban areas where people might drive together here to our project location in the north of Munich. Actually, we have projects not only in Munich, but also in the area of Stuttgart, near Lake Constance, in Hamburg as well. So we're super happy to expand not only to Germany, but maybe also to Europe soon. Finally, the most valuable asset about RideBee is our team. Myself, I studied computer science, and together with my co-founder Fabian, who studied business, we grew a very cool team over the last years, had also the opportunity to get the first investors on board, and really want to bring carpooling on the daily way to work. So thanks for all of your attention. I'm super happy to talk to you about potential projects, of course, maybe investments, collaborations, or also impact in general. Thanks for being here, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Oh. Thank you very much. Do we have a speaker from sigo.green already here? So next on stage we have sigo.green. I welcome Tobias here on stage. Tobias, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Tobias Lochen. I'm the CEO and founder of Sigo. What we are doing is we are doing e-cargo bike sharing. So these are the bicycles where you have a front, a big box, where you can put all your stuff inside, children, groceries, small friends, big friends, old friends, young friends, whatever you would like to take. And yeah, we are an alternative for cars. We are operating in 16 cities in Germany. We are founded in 2017 in Darmstadt. It's very close here, and we have also stations here in Frankfurt, Darmstadt, Langen. So if you want to take a ride, we have also a bike here on the exposition. Feel free to visit us here at our booth. And yeah, our go-to-market strategy, that's quite different from a normal sharing approach because we are using the local household industry. So they are providing us the place, the customers, and they also support us with the financial part. So yeah, last year we had around 50 bicycles on the street. This year will be around 300. We are like 30 people in Darmstadt. Yeah, and it's, I think, one of the biggest invention that Germany has, or Europe has, with cargo bikes. And it feels good that we are also able not only to copycat something from the US, but also still able to invent something on our own and push it on the streets. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Urbanistic. So we would like to continue, and our next pitch is from Mark. Welcome on stage, Mark, and you're gonna talk, tell us more about Urbanistic. I'm really curious about that. So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much Impact Festival, and thank you very much Mind Incubator for giving us the opportunity to be here. It was a pleasure the last day and this day as well. So we are Urbanistic, and we digitalize urban planning. And this is how urban planning today looks like. Those two are very struggling to get the project started, and they have to cope with one big problem. And this is the big problem. In the beginning of planning, you have to decide the most important things, but you don't have any information. So this is a real big problem. Two guys you just saw have to solve, and that's where we come in. Let's go back to those two guys. As you can see, it's a very analog process, and they try to figure out which problems are important, which problems they have to cope, which information they have to get to get this project running. And it's a very iterative process. As you can see, the right guy, let's name it the architect, is struggling with so many things. He built a small model, brought shitloads of papers with calculations and drawings just to convince the other guy. And if they decided, they just start the next round to get the next stakeholder convinced. And so it's a very, very long process with many, many parameters you have to keep in mind. So how can we help this poor guy? Isn't there a possibility to make all the constraints visible? And isn't there something to automate all those iterative circles? And yeah, isn't it possible to speed up those long process? And yes, as you as you can imagine, there is such kind of thing, and that's us, Urbanistic. What we're doing are two things. We provide digital 3D models and make them enable to plan with. We make them. They bring in the semantic and the parametric in them to give you the chance to plan with. Like here, you can see the building codes, the building law, and there you have the direct feedback to your design approach. And that's very important for us, this direct feedback, that you don't have to wait for simulations such as here, like the daylight simulation. Yeah, that you don't have to stop in your thinking and don't have to wait like 7 minutes or half a day for simulations, that you just solve this problem, communicate this problem in real time and in any scale, like here as well, this bigger scale, like a whole municipality. Here you can see the comparison of the overheating potential of different parts of your city, and you can track all the impact of your new developments on the already built environment. So we provide those tools already for planners to find better decisions and to act, and not only hustling about reacting and solving some problems which coming up later because you didn't had in focus in the beginning. So we can tell you in the beginning what how dense a lot can build without have effect on your neighbors, and yeah, like light and shading, urban climate, as well as infrastructure and noise. This is us, this is our team. We grew rapidly. We are 7 months old. We started with 3 founders, and yeah, as you can see, we're 8 now, and we are still looking for people we can convince to digitalize those urban planning, to make it better, to really make an impact on that. So please, if you're interested, we are looking always for developers, front end, back end, also business development. If you're out there, just join our really great team. We would be very happy. So that's us, Urbanistic. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you very much. Yeah, if you have any questions for him, he will still be around, so feel free to ask him any further questions. And we will continue with Wirelane. Is there somebody from Wirelane already here? That doesn't seem to be the case. I think, I hope we will have somebody here in a minute and have a short break. Next up on stage, we have Wirelane. Welcome on stage.
I'm Konstantin. Hi.
Konstantin, nice to meet you.
Good. So
time is running, and yeah.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Konstantin. I'm the founder CEO of Wirelane. Frankly speaking, I just fell out of the train and was expecting to have my presentation in 1 hour. So I'll do this freestyle. I've spoken about the company many times, and I'll give you a very personal story in 5 minutes about Wirelane and our mission. I received my first electric vehicle 8 years ago from a founder that is very well known now, Elon Musk in Munich. He gave the keys to my first Model S to me 8 years ago, and it was one of those moments, those trigger moments that made me realize that something big is moving, and that is the transportation system. In a very literal sense, we're moving away from the combustion engine vehicle to e-mobility. I think this is a common truth that is not negotiable anymore. However, the interesting question is, how do we deal with infrastructure? Thank you very much. My colleagues are bringing our latest generation product to stage, so you get a better impression of what we do. So we are the people behind the infrastructure for e-mobility. This is one of our products. It's the Light and Charge, including a tap payment terminal. This product solves one of the most pressing issues in the world of e-mobility. I will tell you the story how it went on after I received the keys to my car. I first touched charging infrastructure, and I was unable to get energy from the infrastructure because I would need an RFID card, which I obviously didn't have with me. So I had to apply for this RFID card, and it made it very difficult for me to charge my car. And ever since at Wirelane, that was 8 years ago, we've been trying to create the most pleasant charging experience for our customers. But the second big innovation within Wirelane lies in the business model. So we're an infrastructure service provider. That's the first thing. We're an innovative company when it comes to technology and the application of our products. But the second big innovation is, how do we actually make money? And this is very interesting. There's a scheme, a CO2 trading scheme, which is called Treibhausgasminderungsquoten, greenhouse gas emission certificates. What is behind greenhouse gas emission certificates? Well, behind this is a EU law. It's called the Renewable Energy Directive. The Renewable Energy Directive implies that every European member state has to establish a scheme which allows for e-mobility infrastructure companies to monetize certificates which big oil companies actually have to acquire in order to avoid penalties for the pollution of the air, for the emission of greenhouse gases. So what we do at Wirelane is we built this platform over which we sell greenhouse gas emission certificates. We get those certificates by selling kilowatt hours of green electricity to electric vehicles, and big oil companies will actually help us to monetize those certificates as they have to acquire those certificates from us. That's the business model innovation behind Wirelane. So in combination, full service provider for e-mobility and the trading platform for greenhouse gas emission certificates, that's our story at Wirelane. And thank you very much for attending my very short presentation on very short notice. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? None? Okay. I was on time.
Thanks, Konstantin.
So, jetzt bräuchte ich nochmal Unterstützung. Packst du? Gut, wie machen wir es? Ja, ich gehe. Gut. Okay. Danke.
To get a car from Elon Musk is always a good story to tell, I guess. Yeah, we're almost at the end of our session regarding the future of e-mobility, and we have one final pitch, and I would like to welcome Alex on stage. from Scio Technologies, and he also brought some very nice equipment. What do you brought for us?
Hi, thank you for having me and Scio Technology. We do batteries, we build batteries, and we have a new concept of building 3 columns. So we developed the product, the production technology, and now the use cases with our brick. It's a 48-volt battery systems with 2.5 kilowatt hours. We have the system for multiple applications. So if our customers has an internal fleet of HEVs, for example, and a solar energy storage system, the customer can use the solar energy system by loading our. Das ist meine. Danke. By loading our brick with the solar energy and putting it in different applications. So from HEVs to forklift trucks to other storage systems, and it's easy swappable. And you can use it for multiple applications. So I was responsible for the battery system at the IG Mobile AG, and batteries was always the big point, the big issue, the big pain point. So we decided to develop our own batteries, and what we did is we skipped the cell holder, so we have less components what we have to use in the battery systems, and a far more efficient way of producing the batteries. So the production line is really flexible, and you don't need plastic parts for sticking the cells in the right way. And outcome is the 48-volt system, the Scio brick. And the main point of our brick is that what I said is you can have put it in multiple applications. Shown here like caravanning, trucks for auxiliary units, HEVs, tiny houses, and all with the same product. And normally, or usually, you have a first life approach and a second life approach. So after the first life, when batteries have 80% of their lifetime done, they are put into mobile storage systems, and you cannot use them again in mobile applications. So with the bricks, it's the first time that you can use or reuse the bricks lying in stationary storage systems again in the mobile application, which enlongs the lifetime of the battery tremendously. So for example, if you have an HEV with a little power demand and a forklift with high power demand, you can have a look in your storage system, which is powered by your solar energy. Which of your, let's say, 100 bricks are, can be used in the HEV? So maybe 80% of the bricks are able to fuel the HEV, but only 10% of the bricks are able to fuel the forklift. And by our app, you can have you find out which brick is capable to fuel several applications. So you can reuse the bricks far more often than it is possible right now in the industry. Now, for that we did have a digital approach. We put all the data in a cloud and also the production data. So we built up our own production line, and we can use the production data, for example, the laser strength and the welding strength, to predict the lifetime of the battery far more early than it's done by digital twin models right now. So that's a big point we are proceeding at. Yeah, so that was a short introduction for the brick. There will be bigger batteries in the future with 400 volt and 800 volt systems. And yeah, if there's any questions, I'm glad to answer it. And yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Alex. Interesting idea and concept. And with this, we come to our end of this session. We will continue at 11:30. with our next session, which will be the topic of social innovation and clean technology. So feel free to grab a coffee, and we will be back here at 11:30 with our next sessions. Thank you.
So, my dear guests at Impact Festival, we are back from break on the innovation stage. So we will begin a new innovation area, which is clean technology and social innovation. And in the clean technology session, our speakers will present their breakthrough clean technology innovations. And through this clean technology innovations, we may have the possibility to stop or even reverse the climate change. But sustainability is not only about carbon related, and the social aspect is also very important. So in the social innovation session, our speakers will present us their tools or solutions to promote the socially responsible governance and culture. And Jasper from AfricaGreenTec will open this session for us. So please come up on the stage.
Hello, Impact Festival. Thank you for the opportunity to present you AfricaGreenTec. So my name is Jasper. I'm responsible for marketing and communication at the AfricaGreenTec Group. And I want to start with the story of Nassou Oumar. Nassou Oumar is a guy who grew up in Mali, in a town that's called Joliba. And after he grew up there, he decided, okay, I want to leave Mali, I want to leave my home, I want to go to Europe. He went to the sea, he wanted to take a boat, he stopped there, or he was stopped there, and was sent back. He didn't manage to complete his travel, and so he was sent back to the village. He tried again, or he wanted to try again, and then he noticed, okay, AfricaGreenTec is coming to his village and brings electricity. And that for him was a reason to stay and to see a lot of potential that he can start his own business. So today, Nassou Oumar, it's a really success story. He has his own shop, he has a restaurant, and he has a chicken farm, and he managed that because he has now electricity and he could grow as an entrepreneur. So as AfricaGreenTec, we have a vision to bring impact sites that help around 600 million people in Africa. Well, that's the amount of people that have the opportunity like Nassou Oumar that can grow through electricity. 600 million people throughout Africa don't have access to electricity, and we think that we can solve this issue with our impact site. So the impact site you can see here is a solution that combines various technologies, and in the center we have our Solostücke. You might have seen it outside as well. We brought it here. It's a solar power plant that can provide electricity for a whole village for up to 400 households. We create a smart mini grid so people can get electricity to their household and book it via a prepaid system. So we started with electricity, and then we noticed very quickly that we also have to think about the appliances, we also have to think about other services. So from electricity, now we're also implementing water purification systems inside the Solostücke. We also can offer a Wi-Fi solution so people can access the internet. Only about 25% of Africans have access to the internet at the moment, so we believe that this solution can have also big impact. And now we also invented another product of ours, the Cooltainer. That's a mobile cool storage for especially farmers that can put their harvest into cool storage, because a lot of the harvest just gets lost because sun is shining all day, people don't have opportunity to cool it. We offer that solution as well. And yeah, altogether, this is what we call Impact Site, and we have the vision to bring it to hundreds of villages in Africa. At the moment, we have 20 villages running with electricity mainly, and we also want to grow them, bring all the other services there. We started in Mali, where we have most of our villages. We have one in Niger, and we're about to electrify another 50 villages. We started our first village in Senegal, and our first pilot project together with a German company Polarstern, that financed one village in Madagascar. So we're building up a pilot project there to also have at least 50 villages there. And then we are also going into Chad, Cameroon, and there are a lot of other countries where we want to go. We measure ourselves in sustainable development goals, so up to 25,000 people already can have access to our electricity. We saved up to 2,000 tons of CO2, and the main goal is to bring this electricity to small businesses so they can grow and the whole economy of the village is growing. So that's AfricaGreenTec, or the main concept we want to bring to Africa, we want to grow. We are about to launch a fund. We have a lot of crowdfunding, so if you have interest in being part of our story, just come over to our booth, come over to the Solartainer, talk to us. You have the opportunity on AfricaGreenTec.investments to also see next projects that's going to be financed via crowdfunding. And we invite all of you guys to be part of our story. And in German, we say, sei dabei. That's our motto. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Jasper from AfricaGreenTec. If you have any more questions, their booth is at A51 in Hall 1, right? Okay. So the next will be Axsol. Is any speaker from Axsol already here? Okay. Okay, you may start.
Thanks. The defined goal we're having is net zero 2045. To achieve this ambition, we need to at least move away from coal, oil and gas in power generation and from combustion engines in mobility. And on that note, hi everyone, I'm Leon from Axsol, and I'll be talking about the role of battery storage in industrial power supply. In Axsol, we decarbonize electricity and hydrogen supply. First and foremost, we manufacture intelligent battery storage, ranging from handheld to large-scale storage systems. In combination, our energy hubs result in system solutions for mobile and stationary use of electricity, managed by our forecast-based system control. E-mobility is an important step, but the car's batteries need to be charged. For every battery in mobility, we need at least the same capacity in stationary storage to back our grids. Our grids already are hard up against their load limits with today's requirements. However, stationary battery storage, whether as home storage or storage containers, can provide a remedy. Put them, for example, at fast charging stations, at transformer stations to back our grids, or for load distribution in industry. They expand the capacity of the grid and match generation and consumption. By storing surplus energy, the grid is revealed at peak times. By storing out, it is fed at off-peak times. In this way, generation peaks from renewables during daytime can be used in the evenings or even at night. Put everything together and you understand that stationary storage is drastically underestimated in current market forecasts. Especially in industry, the need to change is becoming ever stronger. Since the beginning of this year in power-intensive industry, the electricity prices have risen by 100%. The reason to this is the CO2 tax. In future, more and more companies will therefore start to actively manage their energy budget by exploiting efficiency potentials to reduce consumption and by generating and using more of their electricity themselves to further cut supply base and thus costs. Efficiency potentials are exploited to the maximum by switching to DC industry, as most of the devices such as monitors, laptops, but also printers, robots and machinery are already operating on DC. In DC industry, a central inverter feeds the grid directly with DC power, which powers all applications. This is reducing inefficiencies in millions of individual transformations. In addition, DC grids allow, for example, the recovery of braking energy. The energy that is released when braking robot arms can be stored in batteries and used again for other applications as needed. Switching to DC industry can save over 30% of the power consumption and cut costs on grid connection of 80%. Large-scale battery storage will take on the central role for distribution of electricity. Battery storage will control energy according to demand and make it available according to consumption. They will ensure that our cars charge in minutes, that our washing machines also run at night and in the evenings, and that large-scale industry and cities have sufficient power supply all the time. With our energy container solutions, we offer a scalable platform to configure almost any battery storage system up to microgrids in any size. Particularly important to us is the intelligent use of the data available to maximize value, a focus on maximum safety, as well as the independence of the power source. With our storage system, it doesn't matter where the electricity comes from. You can combine different power sources simultaneously, and our intelligent system control feeds all consumers with the ideal energy mix for this situation. At present, most of our customers usually don't really know what actually their problem is or what their needs are. For us, there was no solution available to normalize differing requirements in the project, so we developed our own dimensioning software. It combines data from different sources and optimizes different configurations against their life cycle costs. The forecast on generation and consumption are key elements to our modular system control. An innovative configuration, or an example for a configuration, is a completely carbon neutral power supply for a off-grid 5G transmission tower. Here, the central battery hybridizes generation from PV and from a fuel cell, which is fed by an innovative hydrogen storage. The system itself is designed to a cost-effective minimum. The technologies for carbon neutral power supply exist and they work today. With our energy container solutions, industrial storage customers as well as large-scale storage customers can reduce emissions and make benefits today. At Axsol, we want to make our customers' power supply carbon neutral until 2030. Join us on our zero-E mission. Additionally, we are setting up a second entity where we are industrializing a new, truly sustainable battery. If you want more information on that, please come and visit me at my booth. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Leon from Axsol. I think their hall is also in the hall 1 at booth A8. Okay, and I want to make a call here to Blue Activity, if someone already here with us. And also, like maybe one tip for the next speakers, please come to our check-in area like 5 minutes in advance, so that to let us know that you're already here. we will be back at 11:56 with CO2BioClean. So we are back with Fabiana from CO2BioClean. Please.
Thank you very much. So I would like to introduce you to our startup, CO2BioClean. So what do? We basically take the two large problems of CO2 and plastic pollution as starting point for our journey. So we want to address these two large issues by coupling the production of bioplastics and CO2. So the solution that we propose is to capture CO2 from industrial installations of industrial CO2 and produce, through a fermentation process, a biopolymer called PHA, so polyhydroxyalkanoate. And this biopolymer is used for producing plastics that are common in everyday use, where, for example, coating and for packaging, so packaging, textiles, and interior furniture. About our company, we have been the company has been incorporated in 2019. We started the research in 2017. We are based in Germany, and we have in this time we have developed a cooperation with a large Japanese company, Nippon Gases, that is basically active in the CO2 capture and purification. We have been awarded several prizes, and we started also a collaboration with Procter & Gamble for developing packaging materials based on our technology. We are about to get our first plant started in China, so closing the deal very, very soon. Also, we have patented our technology, and we have developed formulations that enable the use of these biopolymers in applications. Here I'm showing you some of the applications that we have developed. One of the applications is paper coating. As you know, there is a lot of pressure in the plastic industry to replace the plastics, but paper is not performing enough without a coating. So we have developed a solution to coat the paper so that the paper has a barrier to liquids. And we are further developing this application, in particular with the industrial partner, Procter & Gamble. Another application that we are working on is fibers. For fibers, there is a strong need for biodegradable polymers, because in every washing cycle, there is a release of microplastics that ends up in the wastewater. So our biopolymers release also microfibers, of course, but the microfibers are biodegradable, and this makes a huge difference in the sustainability of the textile. So we are developing woven and non-woven applications, so textiles, as well as basically non-woven, that it's mostly, to give you an example, the masks are made of non-woven textile. And also collaborating with Procter & Gamble on this, and for this application we were awarded the Seal of Excellence from the European Commission. The third application that we are working on is interior furniture. This basically the plastics that are used for making chairs. This is a chair that was realized partly with our polymers, simply because of the amount, but there are say half commercial, half our polymers, and we can of course supply the entire amount as soon as we will have enough quantities. Another application within the interior design is the basket. This basket, as you can see, has also a quite complex structure. From the picture, maybe it's not so evident, but it's glossy, and also the structure is quite fine because of the aesthetics is important for the consumers, and we were able to achieve that with our materials. These are just a few examples of applications. We did several more, especially in the field of durables. So we have realized heels for shoes and other other nice applications. So we produce, our model is to provide solutions for the end users, both in terms of formulations and also in terms of processing the CO2 emissions that is especially important for industrial emitters. Here is our team. We have an international team with participation from Italy, from Switzerland, Germany, UK, and Austria. And where we are now, we are basically moving from laboratory scale to pilot scale and probably to industrial scale in China, where things are much faster than in Europe. And we are going to set up our pilot facilities in the industrial area, industrial park of Infraservhöchst nearby Frankfurt. This should be up and running next year. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you wish to contact me, I'm pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Fabiana. Very nice time control. Okay, so let me end this presentation. So the next on stage will be Carsten. He will introduce us Dryad, please.
Hello, my name is Carsten Brinkschulte. I'm co-founder and CEO of Dryad Networks. And we're here to help with ultra-early detection of wildfires by installing a very large-scale IoT sensor network in the natural environments. We've chosen wildfires as the course of action where we want to focus our technology, because wildfires have a huge impact on climate change and biodiversity. I didn't know, I'm not sure if you know, that wildfires are causing up to 20% of global CO2 emissions. So the same amount that the entire traffic, all cars, all aeroplanes, all ships combined are putting into the air is stemming from wildfires each year. And we have a huge impact on biodiversity, with more than 3 billion animals losing their lives in wildfires each year. And that's not ants, it's reptiles and mammals. The problem is that we are, as humans, responsible for about 80% of the wildfires. So it's also our responsibility to prevent them, I think. And there is also a massive financial impact by wildfires that are causing indirect and direct damages of 140 billion to the global economy each year. So this is the environment that we're working on and that we're trying to address. We're trying to, not alone trying to address wildfires, because the impact is so huge and the problem is so big. Now, existing systems are typically satellites or camera-based, trying to identify wildfires as soon as possible, giving the firefighters a chance to extinguish them. The problem with these optical systems is that they take too long to detect the fires, and by the time the firefighters arrive at the scene, the fire is often too big to be extinguished, and you end up having these mega fires that we see in California, Greece, or in Turkey, where they're simply unable to extinguish the fire once it has reached a certain size. So our focus is to complement these optical systems with an ultra-early detection system, where we want to catch the fires in the first 60 minutes after someone throws a cigarette, after someone forgets to extinguish their campfire. And that's the area where we want to focus our sensor network on. And we do this by installing gas sensors into the forest. So we've developed gas sensors that can look at hydrogen, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide concentrations. Using artificial intelligence built in, we are detecting the fires within the first 60 minutes. Then we are sending out an alert over a wireless network that we're installing in the forest, because in the forest we cannot rely on mobile network operator coverage. We're building a solar-powered mesh network infrastructure for our sensors and for third-party sensors in the forest. We're like the Vodafone of the forest, if you want. And then we have a cloud-based platform, a software as a service, where we're collecting the data and then monetizing the data and bringing the data from the forest with alerts and analytics tools to our customers. We're building this large-scale infrastructure because, as I said, we cannot rely on the operators, and we've patented a mesh network infrastructure that can go into hundreds and thousands of kilometers of range. That is required because that is our target area of the forest. The use cases is clearly focused on ultra-early detection of wildfires first. With this, we can have a huge impact on climate change by putting a dent into the 20% of carbon emissions, but we can also reduce the financial burden that fires are having on the economy, loss of business and loss of property. We can save lives, last but not least, and also help the insurance companies to prevent their payouts. The roadmap, though, is much further than just wildfire detection, which is key and great for our initial application. But we want to become a data acquisition network for the forest to help basically monitor the health and growth of the forest and the entire ecosystem in the forest. And with these applications, we could measure the soil moisture, we can measure the growth of a tree, we can measure the water that a tree consumes, and we can give vital information to the forest industry to optimize the ROI of their product, which is the timber industry. We're selling our solutions to private and public forest owners, but also to electricity companies which are causing wildfires with their landlines, with their overland landlines when they basically cause sparks when vegetation grows into them. So utility companies are important for us. We've started the company last year, got 3.4 million euro of funding, and we're now in a Series A funding round to actually scale the solution globally as quickly as possible to actually help in the fight against fire. We're doing an 8 to 10 million euro funding round right now. We started last week. We're receiving good interest from impact investors. One of our current investors is Stihl, the world's largest chainsaw manufacturer, for obvious reasons, because we're installing a communications network infrastructure in the working environment for their products. And we are an impact for profit. So we measure our performance not just by financial means, of course that's important, but also by impact. And by looking at our business plan, we're planning to install about 34 million sensors by 2030, so a large number of sensors. With this, we will be able to protect about 1.4 million hectares of forest from burning, and that in turn would prevent the emission of 600 million tons of carbon. To put that into context, Tesla on their webpage claims that their entire fleet of cars has saved so far about 17 million tons of CO2. So by just preventing 1 or 2 mega fires, we'll have a much bigger impact than Tesla will ever have. Thank you very much for listening, and if you're interested, I'm happy to talk.
Thank you very much, Carsten from Dryad. They also have a booth in Hall 1 at A05. And the next will be Einhundert Energie. I think we have Gesto with us here, right? Okay. So.
Perfect. Thank you. So, hi everybody, my name is Ernesto. I'm the CEO of Einhundert, and this is actually the presentation for my keynote. It's not the pitch presentation, so I don't think it's the right one. I can still try to work with it. Because I have a keynote later, so that's not the presentation for now. Anyways, if we look at the global emissions, buildings play a major role. The overall CO2 by sector that you see here, you can see that about 18% of that are caused by actually buildings, and buildings means especially electricity that is needed by the households, by the companies that work there, and also for the heating. About 20% of the emissions from buildings come from electricity, another 80% from heating. The problem is, and I try to see, maybe I can, is it possible to find the other one? Because I think it's a bit difficult to work with this. Is this, Okay. Okay. Then I open it here. Okay. Yeah. So sorry, it's the wrong presentation because this is for later on. Anyways, what Einhundert does is we help real estate companies decarbonize their building portfolios by electrifying it. This means that we turn buildings that use electricity from the grid and heat from gas and oil heating into buildings who are entirely powered based on solar power and green electricity. The first step is to put solar system on the roofs of multi-tenant buildings, and the second step is to electrify the heating by installing heat pumps. This might sound quite familiar to you for the single-family house business because many single-family houses already have solar systems. In Germany, about 2 million. But if you think about cities like Frankfurt or you think about Cologne and Berlin, if you look at those roofs, you rarely find any solar systems. And the reason is that these buildings are not owned by you and me. They're owned by real estate companies who want to see a business case behind this. And this is what Einhundert is all about. So we have a complete service stack from scanning the portfolios to installing the systems to operating them based on our software, which makes it very efficient and profitable to roll out solar power supply across multi-tenant buildings. And this is a major business because in Germany alone, about 50% of the people live actually in multi-tenant housings, and the vast majority of companies don't own their properties, but they're also tenants in multi-user buildings. Everything that we do is based on a proprietary service stack, so we have software stack, so we build our own software, but we're not a pure software as a service company. Instead, we're really running the entire process from qualifying, checking the buildings, to installing the solar systems, to operating them in a highly tech-based way, which makes it, again, efficient and profitable. And fortunately, we are far beyond piloting or starting the solution. We're now in the scale-up phase with now over 700 buildings already live and onboarding, more than 2,500 households already connected to the platform. And we've been fortunate to be able to win some of Germany's biggest real estate companies like the LEG or GAG, so companies that own 50, 60,000 or more housing units, now rolling out the solution across their building portfolios. And actually also starting a new fundraising process next week, our 5 million Series A. So whoever is interested in becoming part of our decarbonization journey for the carbon neutral building stock, feel free to reach out. Thanks.
Thank you, Gesto, and sorry for the presentation. But if you want more information from Einhundert, you can visit them at A01 in the hall 1. And we will have a short break till 12:22.
Hello again. And do we have a speaker from Fahrenheit here on stage? If that's not the case, we will continue in 6 minutes with a hacker school. So we have a short break and be right back. Thank you. So I would like to introduce our next guest, and we have Marie waiting here from the Hacker School. And Marie, please, we would like to welcome you on stage. the stage is yours, and we would love to hear more about the Hacker School.
Great, thank you. Yeah, hi, my name is Marie. I'm happy to be here at Impact Festival. Thanks for the invitation. And yeah, hack the world a better place. That's our vision at Hacker School, and we want to inspire the youth to actively shape their digital future. So I'm going to let you know what we do. So let me start with why Hacker School. There were good reasons for funding us in 2014 because there was no systematic IT tuition in schools, neither in Hamburg, where we are from, nor in other federal countries. And moreover, we can see companies really struggle to find IT professionals and trainees for their jobs. So, I mean, the access to a low-threshold possibilities for young people to give coding a try wasn't really on the market. So what do we do at Hacker School? We offer weekend courses for kids between 11 and 18 years old, where kids can program their own website, app, or game. And we offer that courses for kids between 10 and 100 kids at the same time. We work together with Inspirers, which are our IT volunteers, to share their knowledge and as IT experts. And we also work together with companies who offer their workspace and give us support in organizing our sessions. And yeah, also we want to promote a fun, creative, and lively hands-on culture in IT. So, and what's also new to us is that we are giving Hacker School at your school, means we go into the schools and we offer courses there together with our inspirers and companies and share insights of IT jobs and get the kids ready for their digital future. Yeah, our vision is that every child and teenager should try their hand at coding at least once, irrespective of their background, to enable them to shape their own digital future. We want to enable young people to see change as an opportunity, to think critically and creatively, and that they develop a basic understanding for digital relationships because it's getting more and more important, and that kids and teens really actively participate in shaping their future. A good thing was that we already met our federal president this year and let him know about our story, and that was really cool event. And yeah, so we can spread our message through the whole Germany. As I said, we offer weekend courses, but we have different programs. We have Hacker School at local companies, so we're gonna have hacking fun for a weekend at a company's location. Through Corona, we also offer Hacker School at home, which is same stuff, but online. We also have the Girls Hacker School, which is for girls only. And we offer these courses for 11 to 99 years old because it's our aim to empower women to go into the tech and IT future jobs. And yeah, what we also do is we have Hacker School Plus, which is a special approach for marginalized target groups. And we also have City Hacker School, which is a regional approach, so we give different courses on a weekend in a whole city and work together with different companies. And yeah, as I said, Hacker School at York School, we inspire a whole class. So how can you join us at Hacker School? Yeah, you can invite corporate volunteers from your company to support us because we're always looking for volunteers that help us giving the courses. You as a company can offer space for our courses that we can have the sessions right there. We are always happy about financial supports because we are non-profit, and yeah, every donation is welcome and will help the kids to get more digital knowledge. Yeah, and very important, please spread the word because we have more than 6.5 million people kids between 11 and 18 years old in Germany that we want to inspire. And yeah, you can also call us to understand your possibilities to do your share against the shortage of skilled labor through meaningful corporate volunteering. Yeah, nothing left to say, but let's make the world a better place. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marie. And next up, we have Andreas from Instagrid. Andreas, welcome to stage.
Hey, thanks. Can I start? All right. Hi, my name is Andreas. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Instagrid. And Instagrid is all about mobile power provision. But why are we doing this? If you have seen the last IPCC report that came out lately, they actually wrote it in bold letters. The climate change is widespread, it is rapid, and it is intensifying. So it's on our generation to take action and to decelerate and eventually to stop it. Where is Instagrid coming in there? Well, the challenge that we try to solve is that there are 200 million engines produced every year and sold, of course. If you relate that, for example, to the birth rate in the world, it's 140 million children. So we're actually giving birth to 200 million petrol engines, but we're only giving birth to 140 children, which is 40% more engines, which just doesn't make sense, right? So we need to stop that. Looking at the first half, the 120 million is about road transportation. This is basically tackled by a lot of companies, a lot of corporations that are doing great work there. But if you look at 1/4 of these engines that is spark ignition driven and small engines, this is not really addressed at this moment. And this is a high range of tools and of gear that is powered with these engines. You can see some of them at the bottom here. And this is what Instagrid is about. So we want to stop using the small engines. We want to have a solution for the 21st century. And that's actually what we're trying to do. So this energy provision is broken. It's inconvenient, it's uncomfortable. It's the most expensive way of generating mobile electricity. And if we now look into pollution, one of these small engines equivalents one car that is on the street in CO2. But if we now look into urban centers, into cities, there is more to that. It's more about the health. So one of these barely regulated generators emits 10 times the NOx of a Euro 6 passenger vehicle and 100 times the CO. So in an electrified world, can you really imagine having your ice cream next to a generator where everything else is electric? I can't. And that's why we at Instagrid, we bring mobile energy provision into the 21st century. We developed the world's most advanced 230-volt battery. It powers anything. It's like you rip out a socket out of the wall and take it with you. It's portable in one hand. It's small, so you can fit it into any size of trunk. It's robust, it's waterproof, and it gives you enough power and enough energy to power all of your gear through your workday. We have industrialized the system. We have obtained CE certification, and we started shipping. So what you see in the back is our production line that is in Europe, and we are ready to ship 2,000, or we already shipping 2,000 systems per month. We are trusted by infrastructure leaders. You can see all of the names up there. These are our first customers that we do projects with. And we are becoming the new market standard in construction. But actually, there's much more than powering construction tools. If you look at many other markets, if you look, for example, in public safety, you look into mobile services or event technology, any of these are using generators at the moment. Alone in London, there's 150 generators humming every day only for Netflix productions and Amazon productions. And we are going to stop that. So we are Instagrid. We are leading clean mobile electricity. We are roughly 50 people at the moment. We started shipping in May, have shipped many thousands of units so far, and we have an order backlog of more than 60 million euros at this moment. We are in the process of raising Series B, so if any investors in here that are interested to talk to me, just let me know. Everyone else, get in touch if you're interested. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If you have further questions for him, I think he will stick around or you can visit at the booth. So feel free to approach him if you have further questions. Do we have a speaker from Instafluid here? Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. So I think we're going to have a short break here and continue in 5 minutes. Hello together.
Hi.
So Jen and me, Adrian, we thought of it to talk a little bit about shared mobility and our experiences with sustainability in the mobility sector. And what are your experiences insofar? Or what do you think about if you hear the topic of shared mobility and shared economy?
Yeah, because I'm from China, actually, there's a whole industry, like internet industry in China is very developed. We have this sharing mobility platform, like through WeChat. We could just, if you have someone just who live near to you, if you want to go to work together, if you like working places also very near together, you could just write to each other, okay, let's meet like tomorrow at 7 o'clock in front of our living zone. Let's just go to work together. That's actually, but I haven't for myself, I haven't used this before because normally I just use subway to go to work there in Peking and in Shanghai. But I think, this sharing platform through internet is actually very popular in China. And how about you? Where do you have your experience, like for sharing mobility?
Yeah, I actually do. So I lived in Taiwan for 1 year, and there we have Gogoro. Are you familiar with Gogoro?
No. I never heard of it.
Yeah, I think it's like for now they're really only present in Taiwan, but basically they offer e-scooters, and what they have a lot of charging stations around, and you can just grab the battery from the e-scooter and exchange it. So it's very easy and convenient to get around because the charging process, you don't need to charge the motorcycle or the scooter by itself, but you just exchange the battery, and you have a lot of charging stations where you can just change the battery pack all over again. And I think this is really something which I thought, like 2 or 3 years ago, which I think was really something convenient and sustainable at the same time.
Yeah, e-scooter, but I think in Germany now we have also a lot of e-scooter company, like in I think in Cologne or in Frankfurt or in Hamburg, right?
Actually, I don't mean the scooters which we use, which you mean that like they will stand on it, but like a real motorbike, more or less.
Okay, motorbike.
Yeah.
That kind of e-scooter. Okay, then I think you remind me actually, for example, in China I think also in Germany we have this sharing bicycle, right? I think that was also a problem like few years ago because we have too many bicycles. They are just like on the street because it's kind of not that good for the traffic because sometimes they just stand in front of the way. But actually, also I think as a user, it's very convenient because you don't. Sometimes you have this distance just between the subway station and your company, and for example, you have 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer, you just have to walk. But through this sharing bicycle, we just easily can come like between the subway station and your company.
I think that's one of the main hurdles or big problems which you face in smart mobility, that the people want to go from point A to point B, and in between we have a lot of different means of transportation, be it a train, a scooter, or something else. And obviously to have a journey which is convenient for the person, I think that's the challenge, and that's something which we need to come up with solutions. We already heard some really good solutions today, and I think that we see the change, the innovation driving forward, so that we're going really in the right direction. But obviously it's a very complex topic, a complex solutions need to be found on these really complicated topics, and I'm really happy to see some concepts actually addressing this issue today.
Yeah, I think the topic like the innovation with sharing mobility really bring us a lot of convenience, but I think we have to complete the regulation also for them, like so that they are not will not like in the way of other traffic. I think we have our next speaker here, right?
Yeah, I think so as well.
Okay. So maybe talk to you later.
So thank you very much, Jen, for this talk. We're going to our next pitch. And we continue in 1 minute. So we would like to continue with our next speaker, and I would like to ask Jasmine on stage, and she will introduce us to Mowea Windanlagen and tell us more about that.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Yasmin, and I'm representing here Mowea. Mowea, I mean, as many of other startups, are here because we want to have a positive impact, and the way we do it is with small wind. I don't know what's your experience with small wind, but I personally believe that it has a huge untapped potential and that we should know more about that. So, as every sustainable startup, we are addressing a big problem. Unfortunately, the energy industry, the energy sector, as it is today, is the most polluting sector. We know that. And energy is used in every type of industry. It produces 72% of the greenhouse gas emissions, in fact. And that's not all. Businesses need to change. I want to believe that business as usual is coming to an end. And that also thanks to regulatory frameworks that are changing, increasing electricity bills and carbon taxes. But that's where, in fact, Mowea comes in. So what do? We enable corporates from telecommunications to commercial and industrial buildings to reduce their carbon emissions while also save energy costs. And we do that through modular wind energy systems. I usually say we have wind everywhere, or almost everywhere. This is why we have started with telecommunications. Both telecommunications and our turbines need height. For them is a network, for us is the wind, stable wind. I'll tell you a bit more about our experience later. And the next markets we're targeting are commercial real estate and industries. They're all looking forward to find carbon neutral solutions, and that's why we're all here. And how we do that. So what is special about Mowea is our modularity approach. Small wind existed before, but has not been standardized in the market. It's the last 10 years we have seen solar PVs increasing, but that's not the same with wind power. This is why we want to change that by bringing in modularity. Modularity, as you can see in this picture, enables to go from a simple 200 kilowatt is a set of 4 turbines we have, and scale it up in a tailor-made solution according to the energy demand of the customer. On top of that, of course, the price and the cost is important. So having a small product enables companies on one side to have an economical product, and on the other side, a high energy efficient product. Makes it easier to transport in terms of logistics. And of course, we're listening to our customers, and what they need is something that has low acoustics and no vibration emissions. You cannot sleep and have a turbine on the top that makes a noise, right? How we do that? Our modularity approach does not end on the product. We have also applied that to our project planning and to our service. What does this mean? We look to the locations, to the sites of potential interested customers, being infrastructure, towers, buildings, and so on. And we look at the wind potential. Wind is not the only thing that exists, but it exists. So we need height and no obstacles around in order to enable the wind to flow and use the energy. We offer, therefore, wind potential analysis, and we take care from product development until customer service. Our key partnership that has enabled us to arrive and validate our technology is Vodafone Germany, as well as Vantage Towers, the tower company behind it. At the end of 2019, we launched our pilot project in the north of Germany, where we validated our technology. It was the first mobile communication windmill in Germany, as they like to call it. And after the successful pilot project, we're now evaluating a rollout across Germany. Especially important in these moments because 5G development, new networks require new towers. New towers have to be sustainably developed as infrastructure and resilient. And this is where we want to enable the green 5G development. A few words about our team. Our CEO and founder, he is a mechanical engineer. He did his PhD at TU Berlin, and that's why we were founded as a spin-off from the Technical University of Berlin. We have 5 years of research and development on our back, and recognition from institutions such as Scio Technology, where we have our turbines installed, as well as corporates that are supporting us. This is backed from our managing partner that has combining, let's say, business skills together with me, and electrical engineers being driven from Lucas Job, as well as an advisory board that has much more experience than we do and advise us on how to proceed further. we're growing and we're looking forward. If you have any questions, we are hiring engineers and we're looking for partners to launch pilot projects in the commercial real estate sector. Thank you. No Q&A, right?
Awesome. Awesome. And next up, I would like to ask Matthias on stage from node.energy. Matthias, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Hello, everybody. My name is Matthias. I'm founder and CEO of node.energy. And we are a software as a service company coming here from Frankfurt, just around the corner. Our purpose is to help companies, corporates, to switch to renewable energies. Why do we do that and how do we do that? Why is it so relevant to switch to renewable energies? Because the largest part of all GHG emissions are coming from energy. So the biggest impact we can have in saving the climate by reducing CO2 emissions is by switching to renewable energies. This is for sure. We as a company are focusing on the B2B segment, so not private households, but corporates like industrial and commercial clients to switch to renewable energies because we see a huge lever here, which is largely untapped at the moment. You see here that the industrial and commercial pollution or segment pollutes more GHG emissions than the traffic sector in total. So we have a huge impact on saving the climate by helping these companies to switch to renewable energies. How do we do that? As I said before, we are a software as a service company. Our software helps companies to get full transparency about their footprint, about their energy footprint. The energy footprint does not only contain CO2 emissions, but it also contains information about who is consuming what, where does it come from, how much does it cost. And we help by gathering this data from already existing diverse sources within the companies to bring back transparency to all the relevant stakeholders within a company, which usually take these insights to do their businesses, which are more important in the future because more external stakeholders want to know about this information. So our usual users are energy management responsibles, are coming from the financial sector, so finance and tax managers, but also technical engineers who are responsible within the companies for transforming the energy production from conventional sources to renewable sources. And we help these people doing all their legal compliance to generate reports. And by gathering the information about the existing infrastructure, about the existing energy footprint, we also have the opportunity to give them recommendations. How can I reduce it actively? How can I switch from gray electricity to green electricity by, for example, building a solar installation on my rooftop, combining it with a battery storage device, especially when I'm thinking about installing charging poles on my parking lots. This is highly individual. Each company, each side of each company is different, and if you do it with a blueprint which shall work for everyone, you will never get an ideal outcome, not in terms of saving the climate and not in terms of financial returns, which are of course important for our B2B clients. So what do our customers get? In the first instance, they have better legal compliance. The second one is less planning and administration for new renewable energy sources. They reduce their carbon emissions, and the best thing, they can save energy costs in the same way. Today we are having basically two types of customer segments. The one customer segment are industrial and commercial consumers who are directly using our software solution to do their business. But we also have wind and PV operators who use our software to do business in a more efficient way and helping by themselves, again, other corporates to switch to renewable energies and in an automated way. So this is what I wanted to bring across today. If you have further questions, we have our booth in the other hall. My colleagues stick around for the whole day. My contact details are written on the slide. Please get in touch. Happy to get in touch with you. And thank you very much for your attention. Let's change the climate. Let's change the world for a better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthias. And we straight up continue. Our next picture, the next company is Scobees. And I have Annie here on site and ask you on the stage. Annie, welcome on stage. It is yours, and love to hear what you have for us.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Annie, and I'm the co-founder of Scobees. What if learning and education in school life would really be fun? As you have it in Germany, it's not. The teachers spill millions of spreadsheets on the students. The students are conducted by the teachers with a very precise learning system that what they have to do, a one-fits-all solution, and it's only about knowledge. But educational sciences says that the rigid learning system has to be opened up into an up-to-date learning environment. And this is our vision with Scobees. We want that every student can learn in his personal individual learning path upon his individual needs. Therefore, we put the learners into the center. The teachers collaborate and become tutors, and the students can learn in teams or self-organized. Therefore, we developed a cloud-based software which is called Scobees. And Scobees allows the individual learning path organization and up-to-date learning for students and teachers. You see here both sides. One is the IT front end for the students. They can plan their goals, they reflect their learning, and they have access to learning topics and choose by themselves what they want to learn. The teachers, which are the tutors on the other hand, they can see in our system the individual learning development of the kids and can react directly. As well as parents who can have access to the learning results of the kids. We developed a complete system with 6 schools. We had a prototype testing 2019 and went live last autumn. We have we are an open beta stage and will hit the 1,000 benchmark of leads of schools and organizations who are in the Scobees community. Since we work together with most of the modern schools in Germany, we will open up our network now and also check for extended target groups for the business model. As you see, we work together with Germany's superstar schools. We were able to have a viral effect for Scobees. As it's a software, it's scalable, of course, and we develop it together with the users in a disruptive market, which is impact-driven, and we are a 100% female founders team. We know that Scobees is simpler, more innovative, and more connected. Simpler because it's a learner-centered system which allows self-organization. It's more innovative because it's age-appropriate and you can configure it for each school. And out-of-school organizations can use Scobees for their inputs and have it into our system so that it's directly connected with schools. Our way to access is definitely the data-driven the data-driven tool we have, so that the students and the teachers see where they are in the individual learning development, how kids feel, and we have a recommendation system which allows direct proposals for students and teachers what to do next if there something changes in the learning environment. You can see here, this is the interface for the kids. They learn in their own competency level, in their own learning niveau, and they choose themselves what to learn next. In the middle, you see that our system sums up data not only for learning results, but also how kids feel and how kids are doing with other competencies besides of just knowledge skills. Therefore, we have competency pattern for soft skills, for global goals, for presenting skills, for team skills, which allowed the students to see in which inputs and skills they learned, and the teachers also to organize that kind of future-oriented learning. Since last year, over 900 schools and organizations are in the Scobees community. We started with schools and now will extend to out-of-school education organizations, and also want to have a subscription model base for parents so that they can have access to up-to-date inputs from these organizations. We will check for apprenticeship as well, to have the opportunity that those in those fields you can also learn up to date. As you can see, there are many tools already out there, but none is like really adoptable and scalable and suitable also for an up-to-date learning system which is dynamic and not rigid. Our business model is starting from 500 euros per school up to 4,500 euro per school, and we are in the planning for the Scobees subscription. Our secret sauce is definitely that we are learner-based. You can call it post-Moodle tool, and on the other hand, it's data-driven with a potential to go international. We have schools contacting us from Denmark, Swiss, Austria, of course, and Spanish-speaking countries, and we have a very trust-building onboarding process for the schools so far. We are accompanied by 2 universities. Those professors help us to develop the tool for the future-oriented learning system, so that we know that when we develop something, it's fulfilling the vision we have with Scobees. Our cross-strategy is that since we work together with the superstar schools, hundreds of schools are visiting those schools. We are integrated into existing learning systems and integrate at the moment also other learning, other education, edtech startups into Scobees. We go with content providers and we'll have these up-to-date learning inputs in a system to have the Scobees library so that we can have this extended target group as a next step for Scobees. This is our team. We are happy to have Christoph on board. He's our CTO, and the product team, the development team right now is 4 people. And we have been on television beginning of the year, so if you want to know more about Scobees, you can check in the ARD Mediathek and find us. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Svenja. Anni. And next up we have Solostücke, and I have here our speaker Svenja. Svenja, welcome on the stage, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here. My name is Svenja Bickert-Appleby. I'm the CEO and founder of Solostücke GmbH. And what I like to introduce to you today is what we do. Our main mission is to close material loops in the textile sector. I'm not on my own, happily. My co-founders are Selma Ackley and Eva Cahill, and we're in total a team of 8 people, 8 women, trying to do better for the textile industry in Germany. And we share one challenge and one really big dream. As you see here, this is a challenge we're working on. So the problem with textile waste in the textile industry is not only happening in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, or in other countries, but it's also happening in Germany. And we believe this is a challenge that needs to be tackled, and we want to be part of tackling this challenge. Because it just proves that at the moment, the industry we have, the economy that we're having is linear and not circular, and it doesn't follow a right path to the future. So what we started to do is to think, okay, we start really small. So we started as a label, Solostücke, Radical New Lifestyles. Our stand is just around the corner. And we produced our own product, trying to make it better, trying to apply circular design strategies for our own product. So here you see our own kind of first pre-order. It's a black sweatshirt, a Solostück. And the name, so single pieces, comes from the idea that we produce with textile leftover waste that we source in Germany. So I believe that the most sustainable way of producing a new product is to produce it with existing material, and we source it in Germany. To make it even better, we created a mono-material product, so it's 100% cotton, because we intend to take our product back, and we do this by having a QR code in the product that you can scan, so you can see where it's produced, what material it's made out of, and how you can bring it back to us, because we actually do want to have our product back. So this is how we started, and we had a couple of challenges as a label. We figured out, okay, we have a black sweatshirt, but what about if someone asked us to produce a red sweatshirt for the company corporate wear, which we also do. So we started finding more and more sources in Germany to have a better variety to produce with. And while we were building this archive, we figured out, well, that's really useful to us, but it could be also so useful to other people to produce with the textile leftover raw material that we find. Because the material we find here in Germany is actually has never seen a consumer, so it's production leftover material. 12% of production material is already left over in the production process. So we find fabrics that are actually certified, they're new, they're lovely to produce with, and we figured maybe more people want to produce with it. And we wanted to create a source for those people to create with. So right now, we're building the leading impact measuring marketplace for textile leftover materials in Germany. We're the first marketplace. And it's not our only aim to just source materials, put it on a marketplace, and make a sale with it. But it's very important for us that the materials that we source and that we offer for sale make a circular economy and circular fashion possible. So we have very hard sustainability criteria for the materials that we board on our platform. So here you can see it's very simple. We source the materials and we offer them to producers in Germany, small labels like us and bigger ones as well. So this is Circular Flow. And obviously we're an impact-driven startup, so we wanted to create impact, and we figured out we can do this much better as a platform than as a label. And we want to encourage everyone to not use new fabrics to produce with, but use the ones that are already existing, that are perfectly good fabrics. And with it, we're really fighting the fashion waste problem by reusing fabric. Where we at the moment is we are onboarding 10 strategic partners to work with us, let's say leading textile producers in Germany. The first MVP platform will be online in 2 weeks, but we're already actively matching behind the scenes. So get in contact if you want to sell or buy fabric, or join our newsletter just by scanning this code. So we hope we find much more people to collaborate with and to make fashion much more sustainable and hopefully circular in the future with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Svenja. Do we have somebody from Sustainable here in the crowd? Yes, okay, let's give me 1 minute. Thank you. So nice to have you on stage. And Victoria, good to welcome on stage. And it's all yours. So looking forward to hear from you.
Dankeschön. Mein Name ist Victoria. Ich bin Ideengeberin und Gründerin von Sustayn. Sustayn ist eine digitale Plattform für Unternehmen, um Nachhaltigkeit in das Unternehmen zu bringen, um wirklich den nachhaltigen Wandel zu vollziehen. Und wir haben uns die Frage gestellt, wie funktioniert das? Wie kann ein Unternehmen wirklich nachhaltig werden? Und wir wollen Mitarbeiter und Management zusammenbringen, weil der Mitarbeiter ist der Schlüssel des Ganzen. Er entscheidet tagtäglich über Nachhaltigkeit, ob er nachhaltige Wärmemittel kauft oder sich für den Weg mit dem Zug oder doch mit dem Auto entscheidet. Und was gehört zu einem nachhaltigen Wandel? Letztendlich sind 3 Sachen entscheidend, damit das wirklich nachhaltig funktioniert. Das eine ist, Veränderung muss Spaß machen. Es muss Freude bereiten, man muss intrinsisch motiviert werden, dass das auch wirklich der richtige Weg ist. Das geht nicht über Verbote oder irgendwelche, du sollst nicht, du darfst nicht. Also muss da Freude und spielerische Ambition dahinter stecken. Das zweite ist Mitbestimmung. Man braucht ein gemeinsames Ziel und die Mitarbeiter müssen auf dem Weg mitgenommen werden. Und man muss auch einfach mal fragen, was wollt ihr denn? Wie soll sich das Unternehmen nachhaltig gestalten? Denn da kommen meistens die besten Ideen bei rum. Das dritte ist gemeinsame Ziele. Man muss sie definieren, runterbrechen und jeder muss wissen, woran das Unternehmen arbeitet und worauf man sich committet. Und erst wenn die 3 Sachen wirklich funktionieren, man also mit Freude Nachhaltigkeit gestaltet, gemeinsame Ziele hat, und alle an einem Strang ziehen und die Mitarbeiter Mitbestimmung bekommen, dann funktioniert der nachhaltige Wandel. Und das haben wir genutzt und haben unsere Mission dabei quasi erarbeitet oder gebildet, dass wir nachhaltig begeistern wollen. Wir wollen langfristig Nachhaltigkeit ins Unternehmen bringen und wir wollen begeistern und mit Freude zum Leben bringen, dass Nachhaltigkeit gelebt wird. Wie sieht das aus? Wir haben eine digitale Plattform ins Leben gerufen, entwickelt, indem wir letztendlich spielerisch, mit einem spielerischen Ansatz daran gehen und ja, letztendlich sammeln und einlösen als Elemente haben, den Mitarbeiter zu motivieren. Wie sieht das aus? Auf der Sammelseite kriegt der Mitarbeiter Punkte, das ist unsere Sustayn, unsere digitale Währung für nachhaltige Aktionen. Wenn er sich für Nachhaltigkeit entscheidet, sich Ziele setzt, Wissen aufbaut, an Events teilnimmt, den Earth Hour Day mitgestaltet, dafür kriegt der Mitarbeiter Punkte und kann diese im Bereich Einlösen nutzen, um größere Unternehmensaktionen zu initiieren. Das kann sein der Einsatz von Ökostrom oder dass das Unternehmen den Fuhrpark auf E-Mobilität ummünzt. Diese Sachen werden mit dem Crowdfunding-Prinzip dort eingestellt und der Mitarbeiter kriegt Mitbestimmung, kann seine gesammelten Sustains nutzen, um diese auf Aktionen einzusetzen. Wenn genug Sustains zusammengekommen sind, dann wird die Aktion umgesetzt. Letztendlich macht man im Kleinen was, hat einen großen Hebel und das Unternehmen wird von innen heraus nachhaltig. Wir verbinden Management mit den Mitarbeitern und alle ziehen an einem Strang. Und das auf einer spielerischen Art und Weise. Letztendlich ist es auch schon, das ist unser Geheimnis. Wir münzen das in der Plattform Sustayn. Wir sind direkt dort vorne, Julia und ich. Wir freuen uns, wenn wir neue Kontakte mit Unternehmen, mit Netzwerkpartnern und mit jedem Einzelnen knüpfen können und ja, möchten dadurch die Welt ein Stück besser machen und jedes Unternehmen in der nachhaltigen Transformation unterstützen. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And next up we have Boreal Light and Hamid. Welcome on stage. It's all yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. This is, you heard Boreal Light, but you see Water Kiosk here. So Water Kiosk is a project created by Boreal Light. You can just walk this distance to the end of the hall. You can see our booth there. Let me just go in what we do. The problem we started tackling is this green canister and the bucket, which is, for many people in the world, they call it drinking, but it's not. it doesn't have any capacity of hygiene drinking water. It has all the salt, minerals, bacteria, viruses. And the cost of it for such people is so high. Imagine 1,000 liters of this non-quality water is $10 in the rainy season, and it goes up to $60 in dry season. And not just drinking water. Look at this picture. The part that was irrigated, you see the accumulation of salt there. And the part that was not irrigated, you see vegetations there. This is opposite to our understanding of farming, but this is happening. Salt intrusion into boreholes is killing farming in many different parts of the world. This is part of the climate change impact. In a market like East Africa, I want to give you an example of market in East Africa. The cost of having such hygiene drinking water is in this quality is $4 for 20 liter. $4 for 20 liter means we are talking about $200 for 1,000 liter. It's extremely high for a market where you can hire a person full-time for $80 per month. Then we come up to O Solution. O Solution is a solar water desalination system running fully on solar with three main characteristics. First, running on solar and just on solar. Means no battery, no diesel, no grid, no pressure storage, whatever. Just solar panel and the machine. Itself is a great achievement. And then the other characteristics of the machine is simplicity. We couldn't and we cannot, I mean, nobody can bring a complex technology to the least educated people in the world and asking them manage the project and solve your problem. We didn't want to bring a new problem to them. And then the result of simplicity and pure off-grid is the affordability of the solution. Makes the water affordable to people. This is the way that our production hall looks like. This is the way that the machines look like. Simple, easy machines to set, to handle, to install, and to maintain. The good point on the maintenance of the machine, to do minimum 80% of the maintenance of the machine, it can go even to 90, you just need these two tools. A wrench, screwdriver. You are done with 80% of the maintenance. You do not need sophisticated tools, technologies to maintain such a machine. This is so important when you are working in rural areas, when the locals do not have any of the specific educations. This one provides the basics of what they need to operate a machine and being independent. Then the result of producing water from this technology, from a super saline water, producing hygiene drinking water would not cost anything more than 50 cents for 1,000 liter. Then you can correlate between cost of water and the production cost that is the result of our machine. And then we started thinking, if the cost of water is such low, why we just sell the machine? We can sell water. This is our tariff of our water price. So this is the average cost, $4. We are selling water in urban communities for $1 for 20 liter, in village communities for 10 cents. 10 cents is 1/40th of the average market price. And it's not just the technology. We are extremely believer to social business and circular economy, and that means this picture. We bring our machine at the heart of a village. From one side, we deliver drinking water, from the other side, irrigation water, and the wastewater of the machine goes to fish farm, algae farm, and sanitation. No waste included, and the investment is the investment and the revenue is reinvested in the same community. These are the ways our kiosks usually look like, from direct sea solution to inland solution, boreholes, seawater in different parts of at the moment in Africa. These are our farms, the vertical farms, the drip lines, simply running on this desalination system. These are all simple fish tanks, easily making high protein food available to the very local villagers. Look at the picture, look at the faces of our operators. When Zaytoun joined us, she was just 16 years old. She could maintain the machine, operate the machine, sell water, and taking care about everything. None of these operators, none of them is older than 20. This is the beauty of simplicity when we bring it to the very local communities. Just a few layouts and I'm done. This is Mombasa Old Town. You see the ocean is here. The borehole is here, solar panels here, and water distribution for such a dense community is happening there. This is a holistic approach. We have the solar panels here, the machine is here, borehole here, fish farm here, vertical farm there, nursery there, and the sanitation center at the corner. You can imagine how much of impact it brings, this type of technology, to one village when all these opportunities is concentrated in one village. And then, although the mechanic is simple, there is a sophisticated remote monitoring. We read on a live base 36 vital elements of the machine and its operation from Berlin. The operators see the machine there, and we see also the machine in Berlin, and we can monitor, we can help. If in case of any malfunction, we can solve the problem. And we save huge carbon credit, or we create huge carbon credit and save a lot of carbon emission. On average, every water kiosk produces 500 carbon credit per year. And it's no more a pilot project. We are a well-settled company now with a big recourse all over Africa. And now we enter to Philippines, Indonesia, and Mexico outside the continent of Africa. And then we wish for a great success for everybody in this expo. Thank you so much.
Great talk. So we will have a really short break of 3 minutes and be right back with the next pitch in 3 minutes. And we would like to continue with our pitch session. Next up is Voltaro, and I have here Yannick on stage with me. So Yannick, the stage is yours.
Thanks. Thanks for the introduction. I hope I'm quite hearable. Yeah, so I'd like to talk to you about green buildings. Buildings are one of the most dirty assets that we have on Earth. They're responsible for more than, or roughly 40% of the CO2 emissions worldwide. So I think there's quite a big case in making buildings green, and we want to make the case how we make this green with solar and make it simply and profitable to roll it out into the market. So first of all, as I said, the buildings of the future will be green. There's a huge push of investors and of regulators in the world to push for green buildings. We all heard of ESG taxonomy. We are hearing of green bonds, green financing instruments. So at the end of the day, green buildings will have a value, and they will be valued higher than, for example, gray or brown buildings. And this is why we're already working with a lot of real estate firms, but also with companies on making their buildings green and leveraging that potential. Speaking of potential, the solar potential in Germany of commercial rooftops is roughly 25% of the current German electricity demand. So we could actually power 25% of Germany just with green electricity from commercial rooftops. This means that in the future, the real estate industry and companies will be a massive asset holder in the energy sphere, right? So they will actually own green power plants. And this is what we want to enable. But why doesn't it happen? If you look on Google Maps and you look around here, there's actually no solar on the roofs. And actually, only 15% of the German commercial solar potential is taken already. And the reason is because it's not easy. It's really a headache. You have to work with more than 20 stakeholders, structural engineers, with the technicians, with electricians, with the solar providers, with the grid providers. You have to do all the regulatory work. If you want to sell the electricity locally, you will become a small utility. You have to do billing. You have to do regulatory reporting. It's a pain. And that's why it's not happening, and that's why we want to make it easy. How do we do this? We build a platform to combine all these stakeholders. So we bring everybody on a digital platform to ensure a digital process from A to Z, from potential analysis to planning, to construction, to billing, and to operating these solar plants and selling the electricity locally. So this means we can also bring financiers on this platform. We are very platform open to technical partners. We combine, of course, the building owners. We're working with the real estate industry quite heavily already, but also bringing the companies in. For example, currently in Berlin, we are realizing the biggest commercial Mieterstrom project in Germany with more than 100 companies in that building that we are currently serving with green electricity from the roof. And of course also, we try to streamline the processes as much as we can with regulatory authorities and grid providers. How do we do this? I already said this, end-to-end process, right? So basically, you just give us your address. We can analyze your building. We can analyze your solar potential. We have an output of what is the impact, what is the profitability. Should you do it? If you want to do it, we can plan it. We can check it. Structural engineering, is it feasible? We can then tender it, so you get the best offer for quality and price. We have a huge network of solar installers to make this happen. And at the end of the day, we are working and also build our own toolkit for making hassle-free the operations of the plants completely hassle-free. So we basically do the asset management, we do the billing, the energy services. We are a small utility already, working with the regulatory authorities, so we can take that pain all away from you. So at the end of the day, what is the benefit? Generally, I made that point already. Green buildings with solar have a higher value, have lower electricity costs, and also enable decarbonizing buildings with e-mobility and heat. And if you do it with us, since our tenderings, we produce 30 to 50% less installation cost, you only have one partner, which is us, and don't have the hassle of doing all the stakeholder management. And the return on invest, the total capital return in our project is roughly 5 to 7%, and you can leverage that to a quite interesting equity return if you want to. This is just one example of one of our customers where we basically are currently working through the whole portfolio, building a lot of PV on commercial roofs, selling to customers on site, saving a lot of CO2, greenifying the whole portfolio with green gas and green electricity from the grid as well. So we are actually a small decentral utility. And this is the team. We've quite some interesting energy experts, also digitizing the full process to make it really lean, make it really smart, because we will have to install a lot more solar in the coming decade, and we want to make this happen together with our platform partners. So if you are a solar installer or any platform partner that's interested in cooperating here and making green buildings happen, happy to do it. And in case there's any investors here, we are currently preparing a seed round to build the platform and scale sales, and the pipeline is quite heavy, so feel free to contact me. Not sure whether this was 5 minutes, but any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you all get the insight of Voltaro. So the next on stage will be Wild Code School. I also want to ask here if Anna or any other speaker from Wild Code School. Okay. So then welcome on stage.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all here. I'm super excited to tell you more about Wild Code School. But first, let me set a bit of context. We live in uncertain times. I don't think that's any surprise for anybody. The pandemic has forced millions out of a job, and many say that they cannot return to the way things were before. In fact, 255 million jobs were lost due to COVID over the past year. And that's 4 times more than the financial crisis of 2008. 1/5 of the workforce changed their line of work entirely over the past year. But it's not all bad, it's not all grim. We can look at it as a greater opportunity. In fact, this specific number, it's actually a good number. And I'll tell you why exactly. I would like to present to you Rodrigo. He's been working in a service, in an aviation company in a back office for years before deciding to reskill and become a web developer. And he's not alone. Actually, 4 other colleagues have already signed up for our next cohort. We trained more than 4,000 tech specialists since 2015, and we did that in our 20 campuses in Europe and through our 4 training courses: web development, data analysis, product management, and no-code. And we have an 84% job placement rate. We take pride in the impact we have on people's lives, but it's not only about the individual. By helping individuals, we also strive to make the world a better place through supporting the advancement of the SDGs. And the SDGs that we're working towards, the first one is for quality education. Of course, it's quite obvious for us, but I'll give you a bit more specifics on that. So if we're talking about ensuring equal access to all women and men to affordable and quality education, we have multiple funding options, including for unemployed people, and 40% of our students are women. If we talk about increasing the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, the average age of our students is 29 years old, and the average salary for our alumni is around 40,000 euros. We also launched a specific scholarship program for Belarusian students back in 2020 to support them in their fight for freedom. The second goal that we're targeting is number 8, decent work and economic growth. In order to achieve higher level of economic productivity, we work with our partners with reskilling programs. And as I was mentioning earlier, we have an 84% employment rate, which helps us supporting achieving full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men. We deliver quality education to help companies move ahead. And to give you some examples, together with Natixis, we reskill their employees with an advanced web development program. With SNCF, we reskill their non-technical employees into web developers. And more closer to us here, we're working with Deutsche Telekom in supporting their transformation from a telco operator to a digital service provider. And we do that in two main areas, through the Software Engineering Academy and through the Global Data Academy. So I would be happy to have you join us in making a wild team. We'd love to welcome you as guest speakers to inspire our students. You can always recruit from our alumni database or from our students. Of course, you can retrain your employees. We often organize hackathons together with different companies. And our students can develop a project for you for 2 months for free. They get experience, and you get a chance to meet them, see what they can do, and of course, hire them afterwards. And if you'd like to join us here in Germany more specifically, we're going to launch another city next year, and we're currently fundraising to support this vision of advancing education for all. So once again, let's make a wild team. Please find me at stand N66 if you'd like to find out more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cosmin. So the next on stage will be from SolarBakery. Already see you, nice T-shirt with logo on. So please welcome.
Hello. Thank you.
Okay, hi. My name is Simon Zimmerman. I'm CEO and founder of SolarBakery. So, to understand the concept and the potential of SolarBakery, we have to go a few years back. I was studying management of social innovation, and I started a project in the Congo. But for me, it was important that it wouldn't be like a traditional charity project, more a social business project. So we went around the Congo, started looking how can we do business in the Congo. And we saw a huge demand for bread. So, with this realization, we went back. We started to build a containerized bakery from scratch. We started welding, grinding, and electrifying. And we created a beautiful container bakery. We tested it out. We sold bread. We finally shipped it off to the Congo. We installed it. We trained bakers. And we tasted the bread, and it was delicious. Production went up to 3,000 bread per day. We made $130,000 of revenue in our first year. And these women came storming into our bakery screaming for bread. We have by now 120 women who sell our bread all around the capital of the Congo. So we created a lot of impact. We made money in the Congo, but there was only one little problem. The energy supply, because it's catastrophic, even in the capital, frequent power outs. So we had to come up with a way to improve this. To bring this bakery concept into the whole world, we had to find a different energy supply. So what did we do? First, put together a team. I asked Thorsten if he would be my solar power mentor. You might know the guy here on the left. The guy on the right is Daniel, our master baker and former investment banker. So we have a very skilled and motivated team, and together we created the SolarBakery, the first 100% solar-powered containerized bakery in the world. We just filed patents for it, and now the only question that you might have is, how do we make money with this bakery? 3 ways. The bakeries that we produce, we will be selling them. We will be operating them on the roof of SolarBakery, and we will be renting them out as part of a franchise model. The market potential is huge. There's just in sub-Saharan Africa 400 million bread consumers and more all around the world. We already have requests from other countries, including Paraguay in South America. And of course, where there is potential, there's also competitors. But SolarBakery is the only really scalable containerized solution because we can go where others can't go. We are independent of bad electrical grids. Our financial projection predicts a break-even for the company by 2024. And by 2026, we want to have produced almost 70 containerized bakeries. I'm inviting you now to invest into SolarBakery. We have a crowd investing campaign coming up soon. And I will leave you with a quote from one of our women from the Congo. Her name is Clarisse. She's saying, with my job at the bakery Bana Congo, I can pay for my studies and get closer to my dream of becoming a pharmacologist. So just imagine how many dreams, how much impact your investment can fulfill. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Simon from SolarBakery. So we have 2 pitches left in this session. The next will be Breeze. The speaker already here with us? Okay, so then please come up to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Robert Heinecker. I'm the founder and CEO of Breeze Technologies. We're a German technology leader in the field of modern air quality sensors, data, and analytics. Just some background about our company. We're based in Hamburg, Germany. We are 15 people with customers now in 10 countries, 13,000 points on our platform where we're currently streaming real-time air quality data from. And we're very proud that we have strong partners such as Microsoft. One of the things that makes us unique as a startup is that we work on air quality holistically. So we do projects on indoor air quality monitoring and improvement. We work on urban air quality monitoring and improvement. And we're also working on industrial ambient emissions monitoring and improvement. The main challenge that we're working on is air pollution. Air pollution is the greatest environmental health threat of our time, and we are simply not doing enough against it. 7 million people die every year due to air pollution, and we are lacking the data to fight it efficiently. The main reason for that is that current monitoring technologies are coming from the 60s and 70s. We have those big, bulky air quality monitoring stations sitting in our streets, and it just doesn't make sense. For instance, Hamburg, where we are based, has 15 monitoring sites. And you see that on the map here. For the rest of the cityscape, we simply don't know what's going on, and we changed that. We have developed our own lower-cost air quality sensors that, as you can see here, are much smaller and much cheaper than the current market standard. And with that, for the first time, we can provide ubiquitous air quality data from the whole built environment. We measure everything the big stations are also measuring, all air quality parameters as defined by the World Health Organization. And as I mentioned, we can deploy them everywhere, an approach that we call environmental intelligence. We bring these data sets together in a central cloud platform where we provide analytics and insights based on the data. And we even go one step further. We tell you which cleaner actions to implement on a local level to improve air quality with an AI that is self-learning. So we're getting better at better, an approach that we call mutual causal interactions or feedback loops. Air quality sensors, automated analytics based on the air quality data that we have collected, and recommendations for cleaner actions. That's Breeze Technologies. I mentioned we have strong partners. We are working, for instance, with Microsoft, with SAP, with NTT, with Födisch, with others. And we have also a lot of different customers from over 10 countries. Just to mention some of the projects that we've been doing in the past, together with Microsoft, we built the densest air quality monitoring network in the world in the city of Hamburg, something that got also a lot of attention inside of Microsoft, as you can see. For the city of Neckarsulm, we developed an AI-based cleaner action plan based on data we had previously collected. And for one of the digital hubs of the German government, we help them to increase their COVID resilience based on indoor air quality data. In the future, we think that air quality data is going to empower a lot more industries, and we are making this possible. For instance, together with the Finnish startup Proximi.io, we are building an app for pedestrians to route yourself from A to B while exposing yourself to as little pollution as possible in the built environment. And together with the US Department of Homeland Security, we're helping them to recognize wildfires based on air quality data from pre-existing networks and our own air quality monitoring networks. All of that under the umbrella of society impact, creating transparency about air quality, enabling change, and facilitating momentum by building up more pressure for better air quality. If you're interested to work with us, you can register as a host of one of our air quality sensors. If you're a startup and you have cleaner actions, you can put that on our platform. We're going to recommend you to our clients that have air pollution problems, or you can work with our data today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will have our last speech from Inno. Their booth is just behind you there, so please also feel free to visit them. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Actually, I just got to know that we make this pitch 10 minutes ago, so I haven't prepared any slides. But we have this pretty nice banner here, which says a lot about what we're doing. So please come with me on a travel into the past. I used to work for about 20 years for a big international company. So like 3 years ago, I was sitting with a lot of nice suited people in a big meeting room, and we were discussing about the strategy for our business. How to develop it, how to grow, how to maximize profit. But no one of us had seriously asked the question, how to do that without destroying our planet even more? How to introduce and to implement also sustainability to that? And this is something which really pissed me off. So today I'm a very proud co-founder of I Know. And I Know stands for the message, you all know that we have to change something, and I know it, so let's do something about it. And we as an organization, we help other organizations to find their individual way to more sustainability, to make successful business, but to combine it with their own way of sustainability, meaning a sustainable business product, a sustainable culture, a sustainable reporting, a sustainable leadership, and all the different topics which belong to a really sustainable and believable strategy. No more greenwashing and doing something here and a little bit there, and the people do that in their leisure time in the evenings, but really how to develop the company from here to where we want to be in 10 years. And we do that for industry companies, for banks, and for insurance companies mostly. And we do that with a lot of passion. We are a network of 20 persons coming from different topics, from communication, from industry, from finance. And we consult the people, and we really want to work with the people before we then go and say, okay, do the rest, and just ask us if you have everything. So today, I'm in a lot of meetings, ask every day, how can we combine successfully business with sustainability? And that makes me really proud. And I think the most important thing to know about us is, first, you find us there. And secondly, we really love what we do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I hope you all get the idea and concept from I know. So that's all for this session, Social Innovation and Clean Technology, and we will be back at 2:20 with our last session today with Agriculture Technology. So see you later.
So, wir starten langsam in die nächste Runde. Wir haben noch ein offenes Thema. Hier geht es um das ganze Thema Sustainability in dem Bereich Agriculture. And I'm just realizing that I began on English, but talked in German. But okay, yeah. This time we start the session with agriculture, and I think we have really a good pitches lined up. We have our last session on this evening, or last, multiple sessions and pitches within this session. And we will talk about agriculture a little more in detail, especially our dear friends which gonna be pitching here. And first we have Agranimo, I think, or hope that I pronounced it right, and I'm really curious what you brought for us. So please come on stage and show us more of what you have prepared for us. So the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Hello. So my name is Nikita Gulin. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Agranimo. And let me just place that here, my props. And Agranimo works in the fresh produce industry. So that is fruits and vegetables, and it's particularly fitting that this year is the year of fruit and vegetables. So eat more fruit, eat more vegetables, and think about Agranimo when you do that. Fruit and vegetable industry, as most industries, has its problems. On the farmer side, farmers need to irrigate correctly, and they typically over-irrigate. They over-apply fungicides and pesticides. There's a lot of frost risks, and particularly with changing climate, the extremes become a lot more pronounced. And they need to deal with a lot of certifications to get their product out to the market. But the industry is also plagued with inefficiencies in the supply chain, in the logistics, and on the retail side. There's a lot of spoilage, there's a lot of price volatility, and in the end, consumers are demanding more sustainability from the industry. So while mentioning these problems, I wanted to highlight that there is one underlying factor that can help solve some of those issues, and this is climate adaptability, adapting to the local conditions to predict correctly your yields and also to manage your field more effectively. But why isn't it done very well today? Unfortunately, because the methods to monitor and to understand what's happening in the soil are very rudimental. Either people use hands to establish what's the level of soil moisture in the field, or the data is collected and stored in Axsol files all over the place between different farm managers. And so when we looked at that, we thought, okay, we can potentially solve this issue. We've been doing that with over 60 clients now for a couple of years, with different crop types from strawberries to avocados. And what we do is we collect information using different sensors, we analyze it, and we provide actionable recommendations or forecasts. It all started with a soil sensor that I brought with me today to show you. So we've created and patented a really, really cost-effective solution that allows to easily manage soil information, and you are more than welcome to have a look at it later on. And we're very proud to work with Fraunhofer and Wirth Electronic to bring this to market. But the most value lies in understanding the information that is coming from this sensor or from third-party sensors and adapting it to specific crop types and specific soil types and climate. And then deriving recommendations across different management areas in the field: irrigation management, pesticide and fungicide applications, fertilization, frost forecasting, and ultimately yield forecasting. We provide all of this wonderful analytics through our platform, but also realize that there's so many different ERP systems and platforms that currently farmers, marketing companies, logistics companies are using. And so we pursue a very open partnership approach to integrate with different providers of data And one of the most notable ones perhaps is our partnership with SAP, where we provide microclimate intelligence to SAP customers. All of this is, of course, impacting our environment. When we work with clients, we notice that we're able to save a lot of water and a lot of energy associated with delivering that water to the field. We can increase yields, increase the quality of yield, and therefore reduce the spoilage or the products that don't even reach the shelves of the supermarket, and reduce all the crop protection products like fungicides and pesticides that farmers need to use to protect their yield. And when you reduce all of that usage, you're increasing biodiversity in the soil, which is very important, as we have heard from many speakers today, and reduce your water footprint, which is really important for a few geographical areas today. More broadly, all the climate information fits into the ecosystem services, because farms are ecosystems, and our vision is to be able to quantify and report correctly on the benefits that farmers can extract and can provide to the world through those services. We're very proud to work with some big names in the industry. Some of the biggest fruit producers are our clients. We have had support from a number of organizations around the world, and received a number of recognitions. More interestingly, perhaps the Fruit Logistica, which is happening every February in Berlin, where we've been nominated as the top 20 innovation company. We are very proud of our own research efforts. All of these products, all the analytics are done based on our field research, and we even have our own field research location in Chile, where we test different products, our products, but also provide services to other companies. And our last project was with Merck, the largest pharmaceutical company in Germany, perhaps. Yeah, proud of our team, coming from different backgrounds. And one rule that we have in the team is that everybody, whether you're an engineer or a salesperson, you need to go to the field and you need to understand how farming works. Thank you very much. And if you have any more questions, our stand is just there, and I will be around. Thank you.
And we're directly continuing with our next pitch. Simone is coming on the stage. Welcome on the stage. And we're curious what you're telling us about BetterECO.
Thank you very much. Hi, folks. My name is Simone Andre. I'm CEO of BetterECO and co-founder. And I'm very happy to introduce to you the first international B2B holistic procurement system. Giving you a practical example what we do. A customer ordered is a tea processor, and he ordered a container dried sliced ginger from Nigeria. When he opens the container, luckily he coincidentally discovered that there are shards of glass in the ginger. What happens actually today with a container, which has around a value of 70,000 euro? According to the law, he has to destroy the whole container. Therefore, the value is destroyed for the buyer, B2B buyer, but also for the big cooperative, the money is lost. The difference is what BetterECO is doing. We could save the customer 68,000 euro because we can detect the two actually bags which have been with a shard of glass inside. These type of things, food contamination or actually food fraud, happens about 130 billion per year at the front of the border of the EU, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. According to our philosophy, procurement and traceability are the same coin, but two different sides. So you can only trace completely if you can only handle the procurement. This has to be together. And we ask ourselves, why procurement for business, for B2B, is still so complicated, outdated, analog, and manual, while, for example, as consumer, you can order it via a computer. And exactly this is what BetterECO does. We do 2 steps in one. We offer you a procurement system where you can order as B2B buyer your products, raw materials you need from all over the world, in all types and kinds and specification you need. On the other hand, as a supplier, you have direct access to the international market. This is the first time we cut off 4 to 10 unnecessary intermediates. Together, we bring the traceability, and this is important. I show you what the difference is. Traceability from field to fork, actually. There are a lot of tracing companies outside, also trading platforms. The platforms outside in the world are usually trading wheat or maize or these type of things in a regional way. And there are also around 80 daily increasing traceability companies who trace. But they trace, according to our philosophy, in the middle of the point. BetterECO starts at the field plot, and the usual traceabilities where the apple comes into the cartoon, and then it's too late, because food fraud starts usually here in the beginning. And the EU requirement said organic tracing has to be started as a cooperative, but we start even earlier, with the advantage that we are compatible, really compatible to the German supply chain law, but also we apply for the EU because we are complementary to the EU food alert system. We have a patent pending with our blockchain technology because it's called dynamic supply chain. It's also applicable to other industries, and we even can trace during repacking and also mixing. We are, the ESA and Deutsche Luft- und Raumfahrt invited us for programs together to develop. This is our platform, how it already exists. We start just with customer trials and want to launch actually our platform in December. Here you see one of our favorite customers. This is actually one of the biggest tea companies in Germany. And we have also exclusive organic agriculture supply agreements from, for example, Nigeria, but also from Uganda. Currently, we get 2 replies or 2 requests every week. So we have already 73 requests from over 30 countries in the world. We are currently also in discussion with the certification bodies, because the certification bodies have recognized what makes a difference in tracing. So we start this year in Germany and want to go next year to Switzerland and also to Austria and continue then in the EU. We have a decent team. Stefan Andre is also co-founder. He's an organic agriculture expert with more than 25 years. We structured our platform and tracing according to organic, because who can do organic can also manage conventional food, and also organic agriculture process is the trendsetter for the supply chain law. So we can manage the really supply chain and provide 95% of the EU food processors the adequate solution, which is coming also as an EU law. We are looking for 1.8 million. Actually, in order to increase our IT team, we have to double our IT team because of the huge demand from all sides. We plan our break-even in 2024. Thank you very much for your attention, and our booth is there. I'm very happy to answer your questions, and I hope there are a lot. Thank you.
And next up on stage, we have the carbonauten. And Anestis is already here. Anestis, welcome to the stage. And I'm really curious, what you got here for us?
Yeah, I got some samples, something to show, so people can not only view pictures, but see that, yeah, we got something here, and people can touch how CO2 sinks actually can be.
Okay, so you can give it out to the people and they can then feel it, or well, how is it working?
Yeah, like I can do that, of course. And I think I'll have them here and show them into the camera. And if people are interested, our stand is just there behind the corner. So come around and feel free to touch the things there.
Awesome, Anestis. I'm really curious, so the stage is yours.
All right, thank you. So yeah, thank you very much. My name is Anestis Becker. I'm responsible for the brand for communications at Carbonauten and also the product development. What do we actually do? Our goal is not only to, we all know that we just cannot just avoid CO2, but we need to store it in different ways. And we do that by taking biomass residues, because plants and trees are the best CO2 filters we have, and we turn them into biocarbons. Because otherwise, when we let them rot or we burn wood or other woody biomass residues, the CO2 is again emitted into the atmosphere. So in our process, we have a new high-tech way of doing that. We don't need external energy for that. In the process, we have 850 degrees as heat that we can also then give up to other industrial partners and processes. So it's a baseload capable renewable energy that we also have. Important is, why do we do charcoal or biocarbons out of it? Because this here can be metabolized. So you throw it into the nature, come back a few weeks or months or even years later, and it doesn't exist anymore. It got metabolized. If you take our biocarbons and do the same thing, you come back 100 years later, they're still the same. So the CO2 equivalent is stored inside there. If you take 1 ton biocarbons and you burn them, up to around 3 tons, 3.3 tons CO2 are then emitted into the air. That's the equivalent we save. So now we have the charcoal, the biocarbons, but nobody cares about that. Industries need products. And this is what we do. We take the biocarbons and mix them with various binders to get different products. We call them net materials, negative emission technology materials. So, for example, we combine them with biopolymers, with polymers, with minerals, with silicates, but also with concrete and substrates. So we have different subsidiaries in our company where we go into that. So now we have, for the first time, we can develop master batches that are at least the same price, if not even cheaper than usual plastics. And they do have a CO2 sink inside of them. So imagine here we have a technical product for a company we work together with. We are developing a project, and this here is injection molded. So even in the test that showed that the tolerances are higher, this is stiffer, it holds up more mechanical weight. And the important thing is we have 30% biocarbons inside of there, so a CO2 sink, but also we avoided 30% of plastics used inside here. So we have different solutions for different applications and different problems. We can use a lot of different input materials. We also do tests with paper rejects and paper sludge, which are problematic waste streams. And the important thing is that we also have a lot of baseload capable renewable energy that then can be used in addition with other industrial partners. So let me see, disruption. So the more we produce of the biocarbons, the better it is for the environment. And this is a thing that has never been here before. We combine economics and ecologic standpoints in a way no one has ever did this before, because we need high scalability. In the end, the point is, the big question is, how much money will 1 ton of CO2 cost? And how much money will it cost to store 1 ton of CO2? And we believe that we have found one of the possible solutions that is highly scalable with affordable prices, a lot of energy, and useful products that in the end help the people's life. So, thank you very much.
On time. Thanks. And we would like to continue with our next pitch. And I got Christian here from Perma Robotics. Christian, welcome on stage. You got a nice logo. Is this a little robot?
Yeah, it looks like it's helper. Yeah, it should
Nice.
help you. No, not you, but the farmers maybe.
Good. Then have fun.
Thank you. So first, thank you very much to the Impact team. So it's the first time, and maybe you shout out to them that they really did a fantastic job, didn't they? Yeah. Cool. So my name is Christian Hennig. I'm the founder of Perma Robotics, and our vision is to build helpers for the next kind of agriculture. Nobody really knows what it will be, but there has something to be happen. So since the first, second agricultural revolution, we have been extremely successful. So today we are feeding 8 billion people. But at which cost? So we've fucked up the planet with this. So agriculture, there's a new study from Nature, is responsible for 30% of all emission of climate house gases. 60% of this comes from meat production, 30% comes from greens production. And we decreased biodiversity very much. And you all know we have fears. We all have fears what should happen. But we have 8 billion fears. So we need to feed all these people, but have to also change the way we treat the planet. And that's where we think we need a real revolution. Yeah? A next revolution in agriculture. But I can tell you, I'm working with a lot of those farmers, it's extremely complex. I'd like to show this to you in a simple graph. So this is how we do agriculture today. We have very specialized farms. One is producing crops, one is producing animals, one is producing fruits. We are bringing them together to big facilities that produce what we eat every day, and then we transport it in a centralized way to the markets. It's not adapted to the resources of our planet. We absolutely overuse the resources of our planet. And it's also not adapted to climate change. You as city people might not know what's happening there outside, but those farmers are already sensing the climate change very much. Yeah, they're fighting every year to get their crops produced. Not here necessarily, but in more southern countries, they have extremely difficulties in growing this because they are exposed to the changing climate. And this is how the vision is for the future. We have a retraction from the fields. We give nature room. We do regenerative agriculture, which means we are regenerating the soils. We are bringing the carbon back to the soil. And this is, as you can see, it's a crowded slide. It's a really difficult and complex task. And our vision is that the tools of the fourth industrial revolution, AI, big data, cloud computing, robotics, has all the tools to help us to solve this complexity. And so we think that we could combine all the goodies that we learned today from industrial revolution to drive the agricultural revolution. And our team is, so we call ourselves the space cowboys, so old guys from the biotech industry that sold their companies, and we are using our combined 100 years of experience in industrial internet and industrial revolution to bring this knowledge to agriculture. And what we do is invisible. So we are nerds, we are programming software, we are building AI models, we are handling big data. And we are built up a common digital language to share this knowledge between machines, humans. It's very nerdy, I know. But this helps us to build tools for the farmers to handle the complexity. There's an app, everybody has an app. So we have a Perma Robotics app that brings all this data to your fingertips. So you have your robots, you have your sensors, and you can control all of this in our Perma Robotics app. As I said, we have smart sensors that you can put anywhere, and they send the data to the AI. We have also produced robots and tools to digitize the complete chain from growing food to selling food. So our Perma Fridge, for instance, you can use the Klecker app and buy regenerative food, bringing the carbon dioxide back to the ground, and then you pick it up on our smart pickup points that you can see here. And all this is done for free for the farmers, and if you want to learn more, it's foodroots.earth, where you can find all this stuff where we help with the digitization of the sale of the goods. And then we have the PermaBot that you can see on our booth. That is the back end of or the front end of our cloud solutions that is driving and collecting data and helping farmers to produce food. So you can see it's a quite nerdy way, but we hope that this supports the transition to regenerative agriculture. Thank you very much.
And next up, we have Hubertus on stage. Welcome, Hubertus, and gonna tell us more about CloyTec.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right. So I will tell you a little bit about our startup, about CloyTec. So what we are doing, you can see it here in the front. It's this time we're doing hardware, so we're talking about big machines. But nevertheless, we try to reduce the weight on the field. So let me explain you. What are the challenges in slurry application here in Germany? So we have more than 200 million cubic meters of slurry every year, which need to be applied on the field. So that's quite a mess, let's say. And the governmental regulations are also getting more stricter and stronger at what time we are allowed to apply and also how much. So to run these regulations, the farmers also have to look at that as well. And thirdly, we also have to look at an environmental friendly slurry application, so that we apply the slurry at the right time when the plant needs the nutrition in the slurry, and not when the farmer can drive or has the time to for the application. How is it at the moment? The status quo is a slurry tanker, so we fill it at the farm, go to the field and apply the slurry on the field. But there we have different disadvantages. So we have a big machine weight because we have the tanker and the slurry in the tank. So for example here, I would think about 40 tons on the field, and that makes a lot of soil compaction. Secondly, we have a discontinuous application because we need to fill the tanker, so we go back and forth from the field, and that also leads to road pollution because we have the switch between the field and the road. And therefore, already people thought about a piping system, and here you can see on the right-hand side in yellow, it's just to see the slurry tanker. So that one brings the slurry from the farm to the field, pump it over to the container, and then we can pump it through a hose on the field. And this tractor is without the tanker on the field, just the tractor and the applicator to applicate the manure on the field. So we have much less weight, but it's a long setup time. So to build that up, the whole system, and therefore only interesting for big fields. Secondly, we have a big system. We have 3 tractors, 3 people, so that makes it more expensive. And currently mainly used for fields close to farms where they can pump directly. And therefore, we developed the so-called Rowdy. That is a faster in setup because we have a hose which is hard, so we don't need to unroll before we can start pumping. And also, we have a very clean handling because we don't need to empty out the drag hose. And that's also good for the person who are working with it, but also, of course, for the environment because we don't have legs of slurry on the field. And thirdly, it's quite compact, so we have only 2 tractors and all needed components in one machine together. Exactly, and it's a patented system. And maybe a little bit about the market volume. So we are selling about 1,500 slurry tankers every year in Germany, and right now there are about just 3% of the market is drag hose systems. So it's a small part, but I think with our machine we can increase this, and for example in the next years up to 5%. So we have the potential of 30 machines, which is quite a lot if you're talking about a machine more than 100,000 euro. And yeah, then we also can go out of Germany and expand more and more. And just to me a little bit, so I grew up on a farm, I'm a farmer. I also had in my studies already slurry in the focus, experience in the sales as well, and since 2020 self-employed, and we are based in Lower Saxony, more, yeah, maybe not typical for a startup, but in a rural area between Hamburg and Bremen, with a village of 3,000 inhabitants, and yeah, we try also to support, of course, the rural area there. Here you can see the development of CloyTec, how we went. So we have 2 machines in the market right now, and we also employed the first employee and also try to build up our own production line. And it's also quite interesting. So there's a big interest on the machines. We were in many journals already where they reported about our machine. So customers know already what's going on. And just a short look on our business model. The sales price, we're talking about 170,000 euro for just one machine. So it's for farmers, but also for yeah, contractors who are working for farmers. Yeah, and then we have potential customers, more than 40,000, and already 20 visited the machine this year. So we are on the road. We're trying to get power on the road, and therefore, yeah, I'm looking also for financial support, and yeah, just support us on the way to a need-based slurry application. So thank you very much. What a timing.
And next up, I would like to ask Vlad from Colo Agrarhandel on stage. Vlad, please. And it's all yours.
Yep, thank you, thank you. So I hope you still have some energy to listen more people. And here Colo comes. Usually I start our pitch from explaining people why our agriculture system is screwed. I guess you've heard about it the last 2 days, so there is no need to repeat this all information. The only thing I would like to point out that, in fact, agriculture intensive that we use right now not only produce a lot of CO2, but we also kills the ability of our soil to regenerate. And right now we are on the edge of losing 25% of the soil that we're currently using for producing food. To bring it to some universal measurement, intensive agriculture negative externalities cost the humankind every year $3 trillion. What we actually paying and what next generation will pay. Is there any other system to produce food not killing our planet? Yes, it is. It's regenerative agriculture, for example, but it's not been defined yet. One of the most popular regenerative agriculture practices is organic agriculture. But organic agriculture is still not a world standard, mainly because this market faces a lot of problems. Three main problems that we define: that system of certification according to organic agriculture is relatively complicated. Majority of farmers cannot fulfill it by themselves, and they often need to hire extra consultants, paying extra money. Another problem that global producers, global farmers, they usually stand far away from the points of consumption, and they have no idea what is actually going on with the market. And the last one is international fraud, because when farmers produce something according to actual organic, investing in it, they face uncompetitive disadvantage from those who produce fraud. And this market is not sustainable at all. So we are ColorTrack, and we make sustainable farming also a sustainable business. To make it possible, we start with core of every business. It's data management. We built an ERP system for certified organic farmers and organic traders where they can conduct their daily activities. What is special about our solution is that on top of these daily activities, we integrate automated compliance management. It means when farmers sell product or relocate it in the warehouse, we make sure that they do it and record it according to requirements from organic certification. Then we take this data and transfer it to certification bodies to make the certification process cheaper for them and faster to complete. Combining data from producers and from certification bodies, we analyze it all together and help then our users to sell their goods for better price to customers, showing the good traceability and reliability of the product. And what is also extra about our solution, you probably have seen of this exhibition a lot of providers of traceability or B2B marketplace. But the problems they face, all of them, that they have a lack of data, because usually farmers do not record their data in digital proper way. And it's exactly a place where ColorTrack take a position, because we collect data from these operators, we prepare it in the way how modern technologies can use it. Honestly speaking, we are quite an early stage startup. That's why our go-to-market strategy should be properly defined. We will start with one of the biggest suppliers to European organic market. It's Ukrainian producers of organic product and European importers of organic commodities. Only this market we estimate in 2 million euros. And on this market, we recently launched our MVP that currently successfully runs, that we plan to develop. What is special about our extension, we extend our product not geographically so much as more on regulations. It means that as soon as we implement European regulation in our solution, it becomes applicable worldwide for any producer. And the final market of tracking this data and controlling, making more successful certification, we estimate in 5 billion euros. About our climate impact, only on a beachhead market, it means Ukrainian market, we estimate to achieve 23,000 tons of CO2 sequestration comparing to conventional agriculture. On a global scale, definitely the order of this number increased significantly. My name is Vladislav Kovtun. Last 8 years I spent on the market dealing with all this problem and looking for a good solution. Right now I take my experience and combine it with development team to bring a new solution that can handle all this problem and that can empower any farmer in the world to convert to regenerative sustainable agriculture to make it a major standard for the production. Many thanks for your attention. If you have any questions, please visit us on N10 stand. We'll be happy to continue. Thank you.
So next up we have Made by Made, and I see a lot of worms. I think I already know where your stand is. Kai, right? Please come on stage and tell us more about these interesting insects.
You don't know where our stand is?
I know.
You know, because yeah, we are just in the beginning, yeah. Okay. Thank you and hi. Yeah, my name is Kai Hempel and I am one of the founder of the Made by Made GmbH. What exactly we do? We breed the black soldier fly in a completely modular shipping container based and completely location independent system. And this system we developed by our own. We are an interdisciplinary team of different people, of course. Our home base is around about Leipzig, and for the moment we are around about 15 to 17 people. The interesting is we are not planning to do breeding insects. We already did it, and why we did it, I think most of you are clear, but I try in a short system to understand. We have a big organic waste system around the world. We have a lot of losing tons of organic waste, and we have an increasing demand of animal proteins worldwide. And to fix this, normally we need more land, but we also use almost all our land to produce more proteins. And this is why we can upcycling of organic residues into high quality ingredients for animal feed and plant nutrition in our systems. And of course, I think all of you know the SDGs, and we can activate with Made by Made almost all. No, but we can activate 9 of them, and not in our actual plan, but in future if we build more plant of our own. Okay, in the moment we have one plant near Leipzig, I told you, and this plant have a size of 2,500 square meters, and we produce every day on this area. Yesterday we had 1,500 kilograms of living larvae of the black soldier fly. The day before a little bit less, but always around about this. The system is really easy because we developed a system on shipping container based, and the positive thing on shipping container is you can scale it up. You can scale it up really easily. It's not so complicated to plant new plants, and this is what we do. So we can, in Leipzig we had the smallest plant size on this 2,500 square meters, but it's also possible to build a bigger plant. And in this case, so scale up is really easy, and you can put it all around the world, start the producing of insects per plug and play, and put the plant on the situation where you have the residues or the input for the larvae. And it almost doesn't matter what kind of input you have. It could be vegetables or wheat or whatever leftovers you have. You have almost all times the same products. You have the living larvae, of course, and you can give it to chicken farms or something like this. You have the dried larvae and can give it to dogs, pet food, to swine, chicken, and so on. And we can also produce insect protein for substitute, fish meal, and soy meal, of course. And we can do it all around the world. We have some patents on our, in Germany we call it Mastwanne, and we see the market system really interesting because of the increasing price of proteins in the last years, especially on the animal proteins. And for now, we are almost sold out with the products we can produce in Leipzig, but I'm always interested on new customers, of course. Yeah, and of course, we are not the first one who think about insects to use to produce for proteins, but we are the first ones. We have a completely modular system and the easy scale up for the future. And the other players on the worldwide market have more the big mega factories. And we have smaller factories in every size. Yeah, I think that's it. We clearly solve problems. We have a functional industrial plant in Leipzig, and if you like to invest in Made by Made, you can visit us, you can see the plant, you can see the technique and the systems, and you can meet the team. We have a modular, globally deployable, scalable, location-independent plant, and we have an extremely sustainable, circularly on-demand products. We have a zero-waste production altogether. And the next steps are really easy. it's time to build new plants, and this is also the business goal of Made by Made. We are now in the situation, we prove the technology, we prove the products, we have all permissions, and now we are interested to build new plants together with partners, together with investors, and yeah, that's the goal for the future, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction for Made by Made. And next we will have Moise from Novihum Technology. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, guten Tag. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Horst from Novihum Technologies. Unfortunately, we cannot provide a presentation. For any reason, the upload failed. But I think we will manage it without PowerPoint. Novihum Technologies is revolutionizing soil fertility, which means engineered instant soil fertility. The key, the issue behind is the soil crisis we have in front of us, which means we are affected today by a loss of 12 million hectares of arable land year by year. 300 million hectares of land are suffering by depleting processes, desertification, erosion, and stuff like this. And till 2015, we will have to produce more than double of the agricultural products to feed the world. For all of this, we need more soil fertility, and for this we invented Novihum, which is a stable humic matter containing granulate, which stimulates biomass production. What does this mean is that increased soil fertility by using this humic matter material increases the nutrient availability in soils for plants. What does this mean? To get the given amount of yield on a field, you need significantly less fertilizer. Or for the same amount of fertilizer, you will get much more amount of yield. The second effect is that this stimulated soil fertility, this stimulated biomass production increases the net effect of carbon sequestration from the atmosphere. This is due to the stimulation not only of the above biomass, but also of the below ground biomass production, which means for 1 kilogram of the Novihum, which is used for arable lands, approximately between 1 kilogram and 10 kilogram CO2 from the atmosphere will be sequestered in the soil ground. And this will be done in a very sustainable way. For the farmers, of course, not only the social impact is important, but also the day-to-day business is important. And the farmers get benefit from the product by stabilizing or increase the soil fertility and to get more out of their fields. It means that a product like Novihum has to fit in the already existing machinery setup and into the already existing management system of farming and cropping. And finally, it has to be easy to use. The conclusion of all of that is that this engineered instant soil fertility technology will help to mitigate soil crisis in terms of feeding the world, and this will help the farmers to feed the world. And finally, this will help to mitigate the climate crisis we have in front of us. Thank you for your attention and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much. So the next on stage will be Ecosystem. Is any speaker from Ecosystem here with us? Okay. Then let's wait 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, now it's time for Markus. He will present us ecosystems. Please.
Hello, I'm Markus. I'm one of the co-founders of Ecosystems. What we do is developing a photobioreactor system to cultivate microalgae in an industrial scale. In short, it's vertical farming for microalgae. If we have a look at the most important problems today we have in our society is climate change. Earth and climate here weather will get hotter, we have probably less arable land in the future, so it's now time to think about a solution for food and feed production for the future for the next 10, 20 years or even for the next decade. We see here a solution in microalgae at all, and I just want to give you a differentiation between microalgae and macroalgae or rather seaweed, where you probably know the last thing from a location at the seaside where you have been at the beach. So macroalgae or seaweeds are the big microalgae strings, and microalgae are unicellular plants as you can see here on the picture. So let me give you some examples of advantages of microalgae. So usually they grow much faster compared to conventional plants, where have a really good nutrition profile. For example, a spirulina algae has up to a protein rate of 70%. We just need a quite tiny amount of water to produce microalgae, so the water consumption is generally lower compared to conventional plants. And for microalgae, we don't need arable land. So summing up, it's the perfect cultivation system for food and feed for the future. Let's have a look at the current state of the microalgae industry. There we have two dominating production systems at the moment. On the right side you see an open pond system which has a limited algae growth and also a limited product quality. On the other side, as you can see here, we have glass tube systems mainly used in Europe, which on the one hand fixes the problem of open pond systems, but also comes up with quite high production costs of the algae due to expensive glass systems. So this is the point where we step in, because we develop here a new reactor system to cultivate microalgae and bring it to the market for several industrial applications. What we develop is a closed photobioreactor just focusing on artificial illumination. Currently we run several prototypes up to a size of 200 liters, and we'll scale this up in the next half year to 7,000 liters. With that prototype, on the results from our microalgae cultivation so far indicate that we have a much higher microalgae growth with the 10 times less space needed at half the price compared to already used glass tube systems. It will be really automated in the future, that you need quite low amount of manual work. The reactor system is highly scalable, either vertically as well as horizontally. And finally, we have here a quite resilient production, and we can produce microalgae more or less 24/7 at every place in the world where electricity and CO2 is available. And this system is independent by climate, so we can now predict how we could produce microalgae in the future. Meanwhile, we don't know how climate will be for agriculture in the next 20 or 30 years. The question is, how do you basically produce microalgae? And honestly, it's quite simple. You need CO2. You could capture it in that system directly by injecting it to grow the algae. You need energy for the illumination of the algae, where we just use artificial renewable energy, and we add here further nutrients, mainly nitrate, as fertilizer for the algae. And the final product is dried algae powder, which is really nutritious and usable for several application cases. How do we then use the microalgae? There's an existing market, mainly the food supplement market, where you consume dried powder in tablets, for example. There are several further microalgae strains which can serve as future innovative food supplements. You could apply that in the field of cosmetics, and our long-term goal is to bring microalgae and the animal feed market as innovative and alternative feed, for example, a substitute for soy. Who are we? We are a team of 3 co-founders. It's Anning So, our specialist for biotech. It's Matthias Bartelt, our expert for engineering and automatization. I complement our team with my background in business, and actually we're incorporated as scholars at the Ruhr University in Bochum. I would be glad to get in touch with you, especially if you are related to the field of microalgae or further close application case here, and you could visit us at our booth over there in that hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Markus. And now we will have the last pitch on our innovation stage. Please welcome speaker from Soil and More Impacts.
Yeah, hello. My name is Philip. I'm from Solar Impacts. We are a strategic partner of the agri-food sector, and I'm here to present to you our new digital solution, SMIRisk. In the last 3 weeks, I've been working at my family's farm, and we've been harvesting and sowing, and they have been particularly difficult the last weeks because this summer we experienced was one of the most rainy summers in the last 10 years. And if you compare it to the last years, you have to admit that the climate crisis is on the rise, and the pressure on the food system is growing. But we also have to see that the current agriculture system is a driver of the climate change. But it's not too late to act now. We developed a software, SMIRisk, which there comes into play. It's a web-based platform which strengthens your agricultural supply chain and thereby makes your business more resilient and future-proof. No matter if you have 10 or 2,000 suppliers, if they are growing wheat, bananas or coffee, if they're located in Brazil, Indonesia, or even here close by to Offenbach. SMIRisk will immediately calculate the risk for each of the crops and specific for each location. It combines weather and climate data with scientific maps and databases. Though you can directly see if your procurement is at risk and if you need to get in touch with your suppliers. Getting direct information from your suppliers is super simple with SMIRisk. You can send out questionnaires, audits, and surveys and see the incoming results in real time on our web dashboard. This finally puts an end to paperwork and manual accumulation of the results. SMIRisk is the one place you need to go to gain insights into your supplier network. Further, SMIRisk enables you to build real and strong partnerships with your suppliers. Our many years of agriculture experience are incorporated into the platform, so we give specific advice on better and future-proof farming. Our goal is to make agriculture sustainable and resilient. We want the whole world to still be able to produce enough food in the future. And we want you to achieve these goals together with your suppliers. So who is SMIRisk for? SMIRisk is a platform for procurement managers. We are providing everything they need to plan the seasonal and the future supply, and to be on top of any procurement risk within their agriculture supply chain. Sustainability managers will find data such as carbon footprints and will be able to steer the supply chain into a more environmentally friendly direction. And in addition, the CSR managers will be able to check social aspects such as political stability and control of corruption and to fulfill compliance guidelines. Furthermore, everyone working with agriculture produce within the supply chain will profit from the very specific data down to rather unusual raw materials like the leaves of mate tea. And especially in the food industry, we must act against climate change and simple to still be able to sell products. And SMIRisk accompanies them on their way. And last but not least, the platform is also providing valuable insights for the financial sector. Banks and insurances are now also looking into natural capital, and SMIRisk can provide to them valuable insights for evaluating the suppliers. There's a lot to do to make agriculture part of the solution, and we are convinced and excited to make it happen. So let's do it together. And if you're interested, reach out to us via our website, soilandmore.com, or contact us via LinkedIn or via mail. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip from Soil and More Impacts. So that's all for our pitch session on the innovation stage. I hope you all enjoyed and get inspired by our speakers. And we will have a break about 30 minutes, and then at 4 o'clock, the exciting pitch battle program will take place on this stage. So see you later.
Can you? Kannst du mal noch mal die öffnen? Perfect. Thanks, son.
Hi everyone, welcome to the pitch battle. We are very, very sorry for the delay. Even though our name is TechQuartier, sometimes we still have problem with tech. Wow.
Welcome also from my side. My name is Lucas. This is Patrice, my co-moderator. Because of this short delay that we have, we will skip the intro a bit shorter, of course. But I'm very happy that you're all here, that you come here to the pitch battle today at the innovation stage. It has been 2 very intense days, of course, on the Impact Festival. I hope you all enjoyed it so far. And now we dive into a last highlight of this whole festival here to celebrate green tech and innovation in the sustainability area. A bit more than 1 year ago, we started to talk with the Mine Incubator and the Impact Festival initiators, Moritz and Fabian, to really think about how can we position green innovation and how can we accelerate green innovation. And at that time, we came up with the Impact Challenge. We thought about, okay, how can we help young entrepreneurs to drive innovation in this important topic that we're celebrating here at the Impact Festival. After 1 year, we defined an Impact Challenge. So last spring already, in March, the team started to form ideas and teams. We went to universities, and they, over a bootcamp of 5 weeks, created from an idea, they created prototypes. So they came in with their teams, we helped them onboarding. And over the last 6 months, then until this day here today, they formed their ideas further. And we took those 3 teams that are some teams from the Impact Challenge and also scouted solutions from the market and brought them together here to pitch against each other for prize money of in total 6,500 euros, where the winner will get 3,000 euros. We're really happy to finally be here to celebrate the innovation with you all together. Happy that so many visitors are here and also to watch it. Of course, a very big thank you already to the jury, to the startups that are pitching, to our partners that's sponsoring here today. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible to go through the whole program. And now, let's keep the intro short and directly go into the introduction and into the pitches themselves. For that, we would like to welcome our jury.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to welcome Lisa Liu. Lisa, she is a VC investor, and what she's actually looking for, or what's the most important feature that she has in a startup, is the ability to learn and to adapt.
Next to Lisa, we have Simon Bartmann. Simon is unfortunately not able to come here today, as I heard, so we will skip that part.
All right, so let's move on then to Bettina Gerrit. Bettina Gerrit, well, she actually does a lot. Well, she's a senior financial advisor and a supervisory board member of Loom Impact AG. And she actually first came in touch with impact investing in 2008 when she was working for a developer of emission reduction projects in Southeast Asia. Welcome, Bettina.
Our next, let's have applause for
Lisa
the other
and
one
for
before,
Bettina.
of course. Next one is Beatrice Böhm. She's associate at Munich Venture Capital, and they focus not only on products, but really on solutions. Welcome, Beatrice.
Next up, we have Christoph Osburg. Christoph is a senior investment manager at Mine Incubator, and he actually says that he first came in touch with impact investing in 2020 through the Impact and ESG. I'm sorry. His first touch was in 2020 through the Mine Incubator itself.
Welcome,
Welcome,
Christoph. Last but not least, we have Sebastian Schäfer, our very own managing director at TechQuartier. Welcome, Sebastian. He formed or built up this whole TechQuartier ecosystem here in Frankfurt in 2016. And yeah, welcome, I think with that, we also have, sorry for this, we have now a full screen, so we can also go into the streams here. We will quickly change laptop, and then Patrice, in the meanwhile, will explain how the pitches will come.
All right. So the rules of the pitch battle today are we have 6 teams. Each team has 3 minutes to pitch their presentation, which is very little time. So make sure to get all the points that you want to cover. And then afterwards, they have 2 minutes of time to answer the questions of the jury. Again, very little time. In the meantime, the jury will make notes about the sustainable impact, about the business model, and the technical implementation of the startup's product. And in the end, we'll decide who will become the first, second, or third prize of the pitch battle. Yeah. Next to that, we also have an audience voting, which is actually for you guys and for you at home. So in the end of the 6 pitches, we will show you a QR code and also tell you how to go on mentimeter.com and enter a code. And you can vote for your favorite pitch. And we will also have a prize, of course, for the best pitch by the audience. Now, how far are we with a full screen? We have it. I heard we have it. Awesome. So maybe with that, I would like to get our first startup already on the stage. It's Organifarms. They have been founded in 2020, and they develop farming robots to automate complex process in indoor farms. This is Hannah Louise Brown. Welcome, Hannah. Welcome, Organifarms. So we wait for 1 more minute, and then it should be all set up and ready to pitch. How are you doing?
I am great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Maybe for those who don't know, Organifarms was also the winner of our last program, which is the Growth Alliance that we do in cooperation with Rentenbank. So you have quite some experience in pitching here, right?
Yes, thank you.
We have to wait, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's the thing about live shows. We didn't have them for quite a while, so we don't know how to do them anymore. Sorry. Okay, du musst einfach in die Leertaste drücken, dann geht's weiter.
Okay. Hello again, I'm Hannah from Organifarms, and we develop automation technology to take indoor farming to the next level. So indoor farming plays an important role for sustainable agriculture due to a resource-efficient production. The challenges we see, especially in vertical farming, is for one, the scalability, and also the production of labor-intensive crop types, such as strawberries, where each fruit has to be picked individually. We see huge potential in automating these labor-intensive tasks and enabling a profitable cultivation of fruit and vegetables. Our solution for this is a farming station which automates complex processes. Our first product is a harvesting station for strawberries, as you can see on the picture, where we automate the harvest, quality control, and sorting of the fruit, as well as the packaging, and our proprietary AI software enables high success rates and high precision. Looking at the comparison of open field production and vertical farming, we can see an extensive reduction in water usage as well as food transport miles and an increase in yield, which enables a high impact. Looking at our impact, which we can enable to contributing to indoor farming, for one, we can contribute to reducing food waste in supply chains, to reducing the environmental impact of cities and food security. So what have we achieved so far? We have developed our first prototype, which we are currently testing with pilot partners. We have recently been awarded with the title of Agribusiness of the Year, and we have received many requests from partners, as well in vertical farming as indoor farming, and also acquired some partners. Our business model is twofold. We sell our hardware and license our farm software to reduce the price, the labor cost for a customer, and also have a short return on invest. The market potential. When we look at the price per year for harvesting workers in indoor farming globally, it's around 62 billion euros. Our market is growing with 18.7% per year. So where are we going? We have developed a first prototype, which we are planning to launch in Q2 2022. We are now working on a mobile harvesting robot with also applications for other crop types and further features such as pollination, quality control, and monitoring. We are 4 founders with core competencies in management, software engineering, and mechanical engineering. So thank you very much for your attention, and together let us shape the agriculture of tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Hannah. That was an awesome presentation, and due to time limitations, we will skip the Q&A, so it's a real pitch battle here.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next up, I'm very happy to have a team here, which has also succeeded a lot in the Impact Challenge finale in April already. And today, she's here from Team Dube, also founded in 2020, and they are actually the Google Street View for air pollution. Welcome, Yashita Saxena from Team Dube. Hi, Yashita. So, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So then also, this for, yeah, runter. Yeah. Okay. So then, let's pitch.
Imagine looking outside your window one morning, only to find mountains towering in the distance which you had never seen before due to years and years of pollution. Well, all around the world, people woke up to new colors of their cities as the blanket of smog vanished due to the corona restrictions. We believe that it is important to use this momentum to drive towards more reliable and long-lasting solutions for air pollution. After all, according to the WHO, 90% of the world's population breathes air that exceeds the guideline limits, and this leads to nearly 4.2 million deaths every year. This is equivalent to the population of the state of Saxony in Germany. After this, we inferred that there must be a market aimed at solving this problem. And after conducting a general market analysis, we found out that by 2025, the air pollution solutions market is forecasted to be worth $98 billion. So it is quite clear that we need to take quick action. And there's also sufficient demand in the market. But there's also some doubt as to how to drive this change. The missing piece here is the lack of extensive data on the spread of air pollution in different parts of the city. And this is where we come in. We are basically the Google Street View for air pollution data. You can dive in and explore the various layers of air pollution at the street level. To enable this, we will start by collecting data from the ground sensors and mix it with the satellite data to train machine learning models in order to make air pollution predictions in every nook and corner of a city. This will then be embedded into a simulation platform where the effects of different policies can be tested in different parts of the city. For this solution, we have 3 main sources of revenue. Firstly, we have the subscription fees for accessing our platform. Next, we have the advisory services for the decision makers. And finally, we would be selling the high-resolution data to consultancies and other groups of interest. Now, from our revenue streams, you must have noted that most of our solution is targeted at policymakers and scientific institutions. However, other customers will also find value from our product, such as apps offering green biking routes or real estate companies who can use our data models to market properties at different prices. Now, in order to start with to launch our MVP in the upcoming weeks, we have started using the build, measure, and learn feedback loop. For this, we have developed an initial click-through prototype in form of a user-friendly web interface where you can test and get insights from the air pollution data for different applications, such as routing the cars through greener areas of a city or giving the users additional information as to the least polluted times in a city, etc. Our team consists of engineers from a diverse technical, business, and environmental background who are equipped with the necessary knowledge to tackle this challenge. So come with us and be part of this change to provide future generations with one of nature's most valuable gifts, a breath of fresh air. Thank you.
Awesome. 3 minutes on point. Thank you very much, Yashita. Next up, we have a startup that came new to this competition. It's called TreeSense, and it was founded in 2021, so very, very fresh. Yeah, those were 3 minutes. What TreeSense says about themselves is that they developed the sensor technology to provide a predictive maintenance tool for the irrigation of trees. Super interesting topic. Let's see how you do it. That's Samuel Babait.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for this kind introduction.
So please, 3 minutes for you.
Awesome.
Start.
Let's see that. Thanks again for the kind introduction. I want to start by asking you to imagine that trees could actually talk. Now, we are TreeSense, and we develop sensor technology to understand the world of trees. My name is Samir, and I'm representative here for the founding team, consisting of Giancarlo, Moritz, Julius, and myself. Now, our urban trees, the trees of the planet Earth are actually suffering. We know due to climate change and also due to increasing temperatures, sorry for that. Due to increasing temperatures, we know that we are having lots of wildfires, drought stress of urban trees, but also harvest loss in agriculture. Now, specifically urban trees, I'm sorry for that, I'm having a little issue here now. All right. Can I start over again? Is that possible? All right. Now, specifically, urban trees are having issues with drought stress specifically. Now, we do know that the irrigation process of urban trees is really, really complicated. How does that work at the moment? Now, city administrations either have their own employees or they actually have external employees like arborists or landscape gardeners to irrigate the trees around the cities. Now, the biggest problems we actually identified here is the lack of information flows. So the information transfer from city administration to arborists to landscape gardeners takes way too much time and is really inefficient. Now, we at TreeSense have developed the wearable for trees, a sensor that gathers the electrical impedance data in the xylem channels of the trees. What does that mean? Well, the xylem channels is the layer that is responsible for the water flow up towards the crown. What we do is we measure some sort of a electrical resistance inside those xylem channels. Simply said, the more active the tree is, the more water flows through those xylem channels, and the more water there is in those xylem channels, the lower the electrical impedance that we are measuring. Now, together with paired with weather data, we provide a predictive maintenance tool to landscape gardeners and arborists in order to make their workdays and weeks more plannable and more efficient. And the cherry on the top, the icing on the cake, is that city administrations have a perfect overview of their urban green in real time. Now, up until now, we have received public grants of up to 400,000 euros by Exist and Flügge, and we have started shipping out devices already to arborists and landscape gardeners. Thank you again. I'm sorry for the interruption. I hope I wasn't too nervous here.
3 minutes is a very tough time. I still think that you managed very good.
Awesome.
And it can happen to anyone. Thank you very much, Samir. Next up, we have a startup that has also competed in the Impact Challenge, and I'm very, very happy that they changed their title from their working title, Digital Business Sustainable Transformation, or so, to a very easy title, which is Orbiture. Orbiture is helping investors to measure, understand, and improve the circularity of their portfolio. And I'm happy to have Emma Roach here today, who is presenting Orbiture.
Thank you very much, Patrice.
Just put the space.
Okay. Awesome, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Emma, co-founder of Orbiture. We are a software-as-a-service sustainable finance startup. We need to measure sustainability beyond carbon because, as you can see, we exceed our planetary boundaries, especially because of our intense resource use. The EU taxonomy is the legal framework for financial institutions and investors and pushes them to report beyond sustainability by 2023. Yet, the data and the metrics to report on circular economy, biodiversity, and water are still missing. Furthermore, analysts that are confronted with the sustainability data which is gathered often lack the sustainability literacy to put these data into actionable context. This leads to costly reputational and regulatory risks for the financial institutions. Julian, my co-founder, is a circular economist and researcher, and I'm an environmental scientist with sustainable finance expertise. We are still looking for motivated people who want to join our cause and team. Our solution combines advanced sustainability analytics, including indicators for circular economy, water, and biodiversity, with an AI-based recommendation engine that helps analysts putting sustainability into context. We're planning to develop our prototype together with a financial institution and then to scale it to the market. What differentiates us from all of the other numerous startups and companies out there that measure sustainability is that we have a holistic approach, including those very big and large topics around circular economy, water, and biodiversity. We have validated our idea, and actually through the Impact Challenge came up with that kind of question and idea through over 30 interviews with experts, sustainability experts from financial institutions as well as the real economy, and are now going into a second research phase where we are specifically targeting our target group, financial institutions, and are discussing with portfolio managers to understand their needs even better. If you like the idea, if you want to know more about us, please get in touch either after the pitch or for a coffee at TechQuartier or connect with us on LinkedIn. We're very interested to talk especially with investors who are also on the same mission as we are and looking forward to great discussions with you. Thank you.
But that was way less than 3 minutes. That was probably, not saying too much, but probably the shortest pitch of the day. So now, I would like to continue with another startup that came to the competition just now, and its name is GoodCard. GoodCard was also founded in 2021, and they leverage corporate benefits to make sustainable lifestyle more easy and affordable for employees. Welcome, Thomas Kiesler, for GoodCard.
How can I zoom here?
You can't. That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
Just go like this.
Okay, whatever. Thank you very much. Hi, my name's Tom, and I'm from GoodCard, and we offer benefits for your employees and the planet. Oh, yeah. So we at GoodCard, we want to create a better tomorrow by changing the way people make consumption decisions, meaning they go more towards sustainable alternatives. And consumers are ready for a change. 70% of consumers are willing to buy seasonal, regional, and organic to protect the environment and the climate. However, 55% of consumers are not sure what truly sustainable alternatives are. And 37% of consumers say that sustainability is just too expensive. On the other hand, companies want to make a sustainable commitment as well. 54% of companies state that sustainability is an important part of their philosophy, and 57% of employees wish that their company acts sustainable. And here comes GoodCard into play. We offer a debit card where employers can load 44 euros tax and social security payment free, and employees in turn can spend these 44 euros in sustainable and local shops. The thing is, those sustainable and local alternatives do already exist. Examples are organic grocery stores, unpackaged food stores, bike repair shops, and cafes and restaurants, and so on. And with GoodCard and a map that shows them, we want to make them more visible. So why should companies choose GoodCard? So GoodCard is an alternative salary increase of 528 euros. As I said, social security payment and tax-free. And it's an easy to implement measure to position you as a company more sustainable. And sustainability leads to more employer loyalty and helps you to attract new talent. So let's start doing good as a company and as a team. So our roadmap. So we just soft launched our product and are in a testing phase with our pilot customers. In the next couple of months, we prepare a seeding round and want to prepare our launch in January 2022. And in the second quarter of 2022, we want to add other good benefit products, as for example, subsidies to public transportation and lunch. So the team behind GoodCard has a complementary set of skills in business development, in the startup ecosystem, and in software development and consulting. But we are not alone. We have strong partners, as for example, PayCenter, MasterCard, and the Future Cooperative. So thank you very much for your attention, and let's work together to make cities more livable and diverse.
Thank you very much, Thomas. So these have already been 5 startups. That's how we made the time go here. So we end up with our last startup, which is also, again, an Impact Challenge participant. And they have also changed their name, so I was at first a little confused when I saw your name. Its name in the Impact Challenge was Green Drive, but today they call themselves Modulare Club. They have been founded in 2021, and they do a smart, data-driven loyalty program for smart mobility. Mostafa Al-Ghayar, please come to the stage. Hi, Mostafa.
Thanks a lot, Patrice.
So 3 minutes from now, and the stage is yours.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for having us. My name is Mustafa, and I would like to start by having a show of hands. Who came here using a a method of transportation? Whether it's a bus, taxi. All right, sounds like a lot. So we actually did a lot of research. We asked frequent and infrequent mobility users, and we realized that a lot of them use transportation almost on a daily basis, sometimes even multiple times a day. And they buy tickets with high prices, and they get little to no payback. They're also missing incentives and the good feeling and the good rewarding feeling after doing a purchase. And this, from the mobility provider's perspective, results in decreased customer loyalty. So that's where we come in, and we believe we can do a shift in how people perceive mobility these days. From a non-rewarding sector to our proposed solution would be one that motivates people, incentivizes them according to their own riding behavior. And this would also give a greater exposure for providers. So how the process would work, mobility providers provide rides normally for mobility users, but with partnering with us, their users would be earning modems, or like coins, with every ride, and they can spend them in discounts and offers from mobility providers or other commercial businesses. So what makes us unique and attractive for users is that we want to take a scientific approach in calculating modems that takes into consideration things like the CO2 emissions of the used vehicle. And it's also going to mirror a free market economy, so mobility providers have the liberty to set their own discounts. And with an intelligent strategy for promoting sustainability embedded in a gamified and social experience, we can guarantee a fun and environmental-friendly experience for users. We currently have a finalized product prototype that is ready to be integrated with potential partners. And we have a potential market of 11.8 billion in Germany, where we're going to be targeting Gen Z and millennials as they shape most of the user base. Our revenue is going to be from ride and offer commissions and other things as well. And our team is Ariana, who is taking care of the business and communication parts of things. Osama, who is taking part of building a strong relationship between providers and users. And me, and I'm making sure we deliver a lovable product. Thanks a lot, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mustafa. Great pitch. So these were our 6 startup pitches. A huge thank you to all of our startups that have participated today for your spontaneity also and for your ability to adapt to technical issues. Now, it's time to vote, not only for our jury that will now gather together and discuss which startup was the best in their opinion, but also for you guys here in the audience and also at home. So I would like to ask you to grab your phones and scan this QR code to go on Mentimeter, or if you don't have a QR code scanner or are at your laptops right now, please go to menti.com and enter the code 32031709. And there you will see a listing of all our 6 startups today, and you can vote for the one that you like the most. Now, we will do this voting for the next 5 minutes probably, as long as the jury has some time to discuss. And in this 5 minutes, I would like to tell you a little bit about the story of the Impact Challenge and how we came up with it and what has happened during that time. As Lucas has already mentioned, we have started over 1 year ago to plan this whole event together with Mind Incubator, or our part, the Impact Challenge here. Now, on the 1st of March, we have actually kicked off the Impact Challenge with more than 60 participants, students or young professionals from around the world, completely virtual. We really had literally our most eastern participant was sitting in Nepal, while our most western participant was sitting in Wyoming, USA. So you see, one problem that we had was actually the time zones. We had 12 time zones to cover. Now, this was not, of course, stopping our startups to innovate together, to go through the creation process of their idea, and move on to establishing a business model, working on their sustainable idea, and the technical implementation behind it. Now, not only today we have 3 teams here sitting or standing and pitching in front of you, but also other teams that could not be here today have moved on with their idea. Some of them are participating in the Zero Waste Festival, which is right now taking place in Berlin. Others are part of the University Startup Venture Cup in Denmark, or have worked out their solutions so well that they are now ready to launch this year. Now, a lot has been going on in the past months, and I'm taking a look towards the jury.
I think we have now enough time already for the public voting. So you had the opportunity. I hope you all voted already. And then I think we can go into our pitch battle. I think we have now the results for the Mentimeter. Do we have it? We need 1 more minute. Today it's not about the technologies, not perfectly good. On that point, thank you first of all again for the great pitches and so on. We are close to the deadline with the results. We talked to the jury. The jury already have the results ready.
Yes.
Perfect.
We have the results. Awesome. So first of all, we want to look at the results that we have from the public voting.
We have the public voting ready.
Do we have a winner?
Unfortunately, we cannot show it. So our first public voting prize, in that sense, is sponsored by our partner Microsoft here today.
And I would like to ask Sophia to the stage.
Sophia, are you here with us?
Okay, I see you. I see you. No worries. No hurry. Hi, Sophia. That's Sophia from Microsoft who's sponsoring the Audience Award. Hi. Oh, hello. I think, try it. Einfach reinsprechen.
Hello?
Yeah, now it works. All
Now it
right.
works.
So, Sophia, how did you like it today?
I loved it. I think the energy was great. I feel that the pitches were really good. I loved that it felt like everyone was themselves. Even if something didn't go right, I felt like the audience was very understanding, and the pitches overall, with or without certain glitches or technical problems, I think were absolutely great. So thank you once again, everyone who was presenting. I know it's sometimes hard, but it was great and great work. So once again, applause for everyone who was here on the stage.
Thank you very much, Sophia. So Microsoft is supporting the audience prize with 500 euros, actually. And I'm taking a look at my colleagues if we have our prize cards. We're getting it done. Right, actually, well, how is Microsoft on other ways engaging also in entrepreneurship, and how are you supporting startups?
Yeah, so we have our main program, Microsoft for Startups, that I encourage everyone to check out. It's a program that supports startups through technology and also through business support. It's all for free, so everyone's welcome to join. And we also have a global social entrepreneurship program that focuses on startups that have social impact, that is based kind of on Microsoft for Startups support, but also gives extra connections to our network as well as marketing support. So everyone here, you're welcome to check it out. Welcome to talk to me about it, and I'm happy to learn from you as well.
All right, thank you very much, Sophia. And even though you cannot see it here, I see it on my other screen. We do have a winner, and this winner today is Arbiter. Right. Congratulations to Emma and Julian. This is your prize. It will be handed over. Right. We got all the photos. Thank you very much. Big applause. You take this, it's yours. Now, moving on to our third place in the battle. And this is going to be awarded by Daniel Rode from KfW Bank. Hi, Daniel.
3 cents.
Hi. 3 cents. Okay. So, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
How did you like it, actually?
Pretty much. Two things really amaze me. First of all, it's the enthusiasm we've seen, the energy level you have, keep it up. And the second thing is that there are still people out there who believe that there's a contradiction between profitable business models and sustainability. And realizing your ideas is the way to show the people out there that there's not a really contradiction between that. So keep it up, realize them, and show them that there's still a positive way in the future that lays ahead of us in a better world.
Wow, that was really good. Now, and we have a winner. Now, the third prize from the Pitch Battle 2021 goes to 3 cents. Coming up, Simir. Let's take some photos. Okay? All right. Thank you very much to Tree Farms, and thank you, Daniel from KfW. Moving on to our second place. And for that, I invite the corporate representative of Equans Wirelane, Hazal Aktepe. Hi, Hazal.
Hello, Patrice.
We've been working together for the Impact Challenge for, 7 months now. How did you like the development of the startups that you've seen also today?
I really liked the event. It was really great to meet great people. Everybody is motivated. They want to make a change and they want to have an impact on the environment, which is great. And all the pitches were also really interesting, really good ideas. It was really difficult to choose one of them and keep going. It's a really great event, and I'm really happy to meet all of you.
Thanks, Hazal.
And all the event had a really good spirit, and I'm happy to be here.
Well, that's an applause, right? So I'm handing this over to you. And the second place of the pitch battle goes to Organifarms. Congratulations. Come up.
Thank you.
Let's make some photos.
Congratulations.
I'm looking at my camera girls here, and they say they're ready. All right, thank you very much. And now, let's see who is the winner of the Pitch Battle 2021. And for that, I invite Sören Hartung from Helaba Digital to the stage. Hi, Sören.
Thank you.
Now, you have only joined our pitch battle shortly, some short time ago. What is your experience, or what is your impression of the startups that have participated here?
Yeah, thanks for having us here, Helaba Digital, live on stage. It was a big pleasure to be here. I've seen great pitches, I've seen great founders and great ideas, so keep it up, and I'm really curious who won today.
All right, so first of all, I'm handing over the check to you. Thank you. And then we're going to announce who is the winner of the 2021 pitch battle. And I'm actually very happy that it's also a team from the Impact Challenge. Congratulations, Team Dube. Come up.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Well deserved. Do you want to? Yeah.
Woo! Congratulations. Now we come to the end of our pitch battle here today on stage. Thank you very much again to all the startups. I think you deserve a big round of applause again. Great job you did here in just 3 minutes, very little time, huge impact. And of course, I want to say a big thank you to our sponsoring corporates, to Helaba Digital, Equans Wirelane, KfW Bank, Microsoft, our technical support in the challenge, SAP, and BetterECO. And first of all, to our sponsoring partners who, without you guys, it wouldn't have been possible. Now again, a huge thank you to our knowledgeable jury, to Beatrice Böhm, Bettina Gerrit, Christoph Osburg, Lisa Leo, and Sebastian Schäfer. Thanks. Again, congratulations to the winner. And all I can say from here is we will be working on our technical skills, so please excuse those. But tune in, and next year we'll see each other again. And if in the meantime you have an impactful idea and you think, well, I want to found a startup with that one, think of us, come to TechQuartier, check our programs, and maybe we'll see you in the next Impact Challenge 2022. See you next year.